33 drivers are going to sprint into the eye of a tornado.
Let's go.
It's the biggest race of the year. It's the most historic.
Canot on the inside, pass in the grass.
The Indianapolis 500.
That's enough to get you excited, isn't it?
It certainly is.
25 days away from the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Welcome to the Speedway. We're here for day 2 of the Indy 500 Open Test for 2026. It did rain again this morning, but just as it did yesterday, it's not going to stop us. Track drying is ongoing on the Speedway, has been for a couple of hours now. Teams getting ready back at Gasoline Alley. It's a little bit cooler than it was yesterday, but going to warm up a touch by mid-afternoon, and we're expecting cars on the race course, if not immediately, sometime soon. Hi, everybody, from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Alan Bestwick, joined today by IndyCar Radio's Michael Young. So day 2 of the test. Let's start by looking back on day 1. What'd you see that is top of mind most?
A very busy day and a lot of running in packs that I didn't expect to see early. Talked to several of the drivers, and a lot of them said, we really won't know what race conditions are like until potentially today. Lots of tires used, of course, 5 sets for all of the teams. Most of them use 3 sets. Some still have 3 sets available to them today. And with the delay, we'll see how that plays out. But I think the Penske guys, also the Ganassi guys, said we have about 2.5. So
yeah.
2 full sets and maybe a half. So we'll still get a good day of running in.
So speeds from yesterday, the overall numbers, including people working in the draft, saw Connor Daly at the top of the board.
That was impressive. Elio Castroneves there with his quick refresher. Takuma Sato, Scott Dixon, guys that you expect to see running quick in the traditional sense of the Indianapolis 500 and here at the Motor Speedway. But David Malukas, I thought, was one of the most impressive with the Penske guys yesterday.
And then the no-toe speeds, cars that just, this is their pure speed. They weren't getting any help in the draft from someone within 8 seconds in front of them. Jack Harvey posted the top no-toe speed of the day.
Asked Jack Harvey what he thought of the car. He said, it's not bad. Well, for the speed that he laid down with a no-toe, that was very impressive. Kyle Kirkwood, Elio Castroneves, all of those guys doing very well yesterday, running by themselves, trying to find where that car is. But for Kyle Kirkwood being a regular in the NTT INDYCAR Series, he right there as well.
Georgia Henneberry's down on pit road without, thankfully, an umbrella like she needed earlier today. Hi, Georgia.
Hi, and good morning, Alan. Good morning, Michael. A jet dryer just passed me by, and I wanted to show you over here. They're doing a fantastic job trying to get the Indianapolis Motor Speedway dry so cars can get out on the track for day 2 of open testing. We are all so much eagerly awaiting because yesterday was so much fun. A lot got done between the teams up and down pit lane. You can see right here, this is what we're working with. The jet dryer just came by, made this line. There's still a little bit of wetness left, but they are working hard to get cars out there. As you mentioned before, Jack Harvey topped those no-toe charts. His teammate Connor Daly down in 6th, but a strong start for the Dryer and Ryan Bold Racing team. We're going to see a lot more action today. I'll have it all covered from down here on pit lane. But overall, good morning.
All right, Georgia, thanks. You look at Jack Harvey on the Speedway yesterday during day 1 of the Open Test. And yeah, this Drive and Ryan Bold Racing team based here in Indianapolis that works all year long to field their entries in this one race. They were prepared coming in, a couple of fast race cars.
It is. Ryan Bold does such a great job preparing this team, keeping a team employed throughout the entire season. This is their one and done for not only 2025, 2026, the last decade or so. And for them to be that prepared coming into this month of May and to have 2 drivers who haven't competed thus far in the 2026 season, very impressive.
So track drying is ongoing. What we're going to do is we're going to stand down for just a little bit. Stay tuned to this channel. Keep an eye on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the IndyCar social media channels. We'll let you know when things get ready to go. And when the green flag waves, we will have all of it for you right where you're watching us right now. I'm expecting, and this is just an AB rough guesstimate, it's going to be at least 11 a.m. Eastern time before we see the full green flag, but stay tuned. Could be earlier if conditions permit. So the second day of the Indy 500 Open Test coming up soon, right here. At the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the rain has stopped. The track is just about completely dry. We are 3 minutes away from the green flag waving for day 2 of the Indy 500 Open Test. 33 cars entered in the Indianapolis 500, all here, ready to take the track. 32 of them will be turned loose for a couple of hours, and the 33rd will get a chance to do the final steps needed to be completely cleared for the race. Yeah, it's a little chillier out than it was in the last couple of days, but that's okay. As long as it's dry, we can make it work. Alan Bestwick here with Michael Young. Georgia Henneberry joins us shortly. A little chillier, but dry.
And that is a good thing, but you always think about the month of May and, oh, it's going to be so hot, it's so warm throughout the entire month, but we have had days like we have had today, so certainly these teams will be able to learn something today with these cooler temperatures, but to your point, Alan, a lot cooler than it was yesterday.
So here's the revised schedule after the delay of an hour and 15 minutes from this morning. All cars will go out at 11:15 a.m. Katherine Leg, the only one who wasn't able to complete yesterday the veteran refresher program, will get to do an install lap with that group. Then at 1:15, they'll make the track available for Katherine to do phase 2 of her veteran refresher. She has to complete phase 2. Those 15 laps required between 210 and 215 miles an hour, and then they'll return to what they call the all skate here, and Katherine is eligible to complete the final phase of the veteran refresher program during the all skate later today. So that's what's upcoming. A lot of drivers upcoming onto the racetrack and into their cars. And a minute ago, Georgia Henneberry talked with Kyle Kirkwood.
Kyle Kirkwood joins us now on pit lane. A little bit of a delay today, but it does look like we are going to get out on track. But let's backtrack a little bit. How was yesterday for you and the team?
Yesterday was good. Yeah, we were just getting through some of the big items that we think we've learned through the off season and trying to do some correlation work. That's really what this test is about, right? It's kind of a sanity check. Like, what did you do in the off season? What does the sim say? What did all your numbers actually? What do they do on this racetrack? So that's what we were trying to figure out, and some more of that today. So yeah, a lot of stuff, a lot of fun things, but it was good. Hopefully we can get out there and start running here, because it looks rainy, but it doesn't show any rain on the radar. So hopefully the radar is correct, because all the cars are out here. We want to go.
Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Georgia. Kyle Kirkwood on pit lane as Scott Dixon and that Wolfpack crew getting ready to go. Anticipation, it's making me wait, and looking forward to getting these cars out here. But to Kyle's point, there potentially looks like radar, but you have the advanced radar, Alan, and I think we'll be fine, at least for a while.
At least as far as this is concerned, as the green flag waves. And we send everybody out for what is likely to be an install lap, leak check, that kind of thing, and then they'll come right back in quickly. At least as far as the 2 or 3 weather apps that I've checked.
Most people only have one.
I know, it's not
3.
normal.
No, it's okay.
But there are widely scattered showers around central Indiana, but they're all supposed to scatter around us, at least for the next several hours. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that we're able to go all the way to the scheduled 5 p.m. checkered flag today without any further interruption. Team Penske on the race course.
Yeah, David Malukas doing a heck of a job yesterday. 2-time winner Joseph Newgarden out in front of him, making their way through the north end of the course. Both of them will continue around. First laps of day number 2 of the Open Test, the Indianapolis 500 Open Test.
More cars moving from the pit lane onto the race course. Potawatomi Ward is onto the speedway. Alex Palou headed out onto the course. Got Jacob Abel on the race course as well.
The aforementioned Katherine Leg doing her installation lap. She'll come back in.
Had some issues with the clutch system yesterday on that machine that kept Katherine from making any progress on the required refresher program that people who aren't in IndyCar races between Indianapolis 500s, and in Katherine's case since 2024. So again, that'll be coming up after a couple of hours of running for the other 32 cars. So you started to mention David Malukas and the solid job that David and his team did yesterday, remembering that this is a test. But David's first time here at Indianapolis in a Team Penske machine. And when he was asked about it in the media conference afterwards, he said, "Oh yeah, like a dream. Great car, like a dream."
I think that's been his stock answer this entire 2026 season. It's every time he's asked about it, he said it's a dream. He said, "I'm living my dream." And I asked him, the situation with McLaren a couple of years ago, the biking incident that he had, and what could have been in the path that he would have been down. Had that not happened, he may have never been in this ride. So just very fortuitous that he had the incident on the bike and now driving for his dream owner and this dream team for him, Team Penske.
Life has a way.
Yes, it does.
Of taking care of things. As you watch David running up now behind Alex Palou into turn number 3. There's Jacob Abel. Mentioned Jacob a minute ago. And Jacob and his family team, Abel Motorsports, able to put together the entry for the 500, able to get it together through a heroic effort to get here in time to make some laps in this open test. You see Jacob, one of 4 Indianapolis 500 rookies. Now, why is Jacob a rookie? Well, despite his attempts to qualify, he didn't get into the 500-mile race. So he had to do the whole rookie orientation program all over again this week. Got it all done yesterday, and they're out there making laps today.
Spoke with Bill Abel yesterday. He said he came up from Louisville to see the car, get it fired up for the first time, and they went to fire it up, and really nothing worked. So that team scrambled and did a fantastic job to get Jacob back out here and ready to go.
So Jacob yesterday putting a best lap together of 2:15.9 on the top speed. But again, a lot of his day spent in the rookie orientation program yesterday, those 3 phases that he had to work through. Connor Daly, yesterday's fastest overall speed, has already been back out on the racetrack. And what do you know? He's back at the top of the pylon of the early laps we've seen.
Yesterday's no-toe top speed was Jack Harvey, very early, but already to the top of that as well, 220.5 for Jack. Again, just beginning practice a couple of minutes ago, about 5 minutes or so. And the track already getting busy with activity.
Kippen Simpson in that blue and gold machine for Chip Ganassi Racing. Jacob Abel behind him in the stark white. Another driver who had a really good day yesterday and top of the no-toe speeds. He's also second fastest early in our session today and top of the no-toe speeds is Jack Harvey, pictured there in that black and green number 24 machine for Dreyer and Reinbold Racing. Jack setting down the television microphone for Fox and picking the helmet back up as he did a year ago for this Indianapolis 500-mile race, and looks like he's got a good piece to work with.
Yeah, very quick so far. Very comfortable in the car. Had a chance to speak with him yesterday. He's ready to go. And for those of you not here in Indianapolis, Jack has roughly a dozen billboards throughout town. I think 2 right around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So the most popular, at least, face we've seen thus far here in the latter months of April and into May, Jack Harvey and that sponsor on that car. He is all over the city of Indianapolis. Very excited to see that as Connor Daly makes his way out. 2:22.259, the quickest so far. Again, still very early for Dreyer and Reinbold Racing.
Look at the machine that CD will drive in this year's Indianapolis 500. Connor always seems to find a way to the front in the 500. No matter who he's driving for or what, Connor looking to be in his 13th Indianapolis 500. He's led 82 laps in the last 5 500s. That's almost half a race distance between those 5 races for Connor. And he has led laps in 4 of the last 5 500s. Out there working on what appears to be a bit of a longer run. He's been out for 5 laps now. And best of his laps was the second of the now 6 that he's run. We'll get used to the phrase 4-lap average here in a few weeks from now. Connor just put a 4-lap average together of 219.5. And one of half a dozen drivers that have run 4 consecutive laps or more to this point.
Connor making his way back to pit lane. Interesting note for Connor, the only driver in race history to qualify in 12 plus 500 to never start inside the top 10, but always runs well.
Yet all those laps led.
Yes, yes. So goes to show you can start mid-pack in this field of 33 and still run at the front.
Showed you the list of rookie drivers for this year's 500. Here's one of them, Mick Schumacher. A rookie at Indianapolis, though certainly no rookie to top flight international motorsports competition. His time in Formula One, his time in the World Endurance Championship, and in his rookie season in the NTT INDYCAR Series. Yesterday, Mick put 48 laps on the board and put a best lap together of 2:16.1. A nice clean day, a lot accomplished for Schumacher, and out making some more laps today on day 2 of the test. Let's check downstairs with Georgia.
Well, Alan, just as you threw down to me, the sun started to come out. I think we're going to get a nice, beautiful day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I was just talking with Takuma. I said, wow, yesterday you looked pretty sporty. That 75 looked sporty. He said, we're always sporty. So tell me about yesterday.
I think a very good, smooth day, very good day. Other first day, the car physically from the last year car. The car's completely stripped away and rebuilt it, so kind of shook down and do a lot of system check, and a lot of work needs to be done with a relatively limited time. But I think the boys did a tremendous job over the course of the winter, and we are very happy to reunion again and come back to IMS, which make me smile all the time.
Absolutely. I mean, we smile every time we walk in here. What is it like to have yet another try at the Indianapolis 500?
It's always good. I always feel fortunate to be able to challenge another one again and see the fans and reunion all the boys, the new faces, the old faces, and I like this place. So this is just a building up moment. It's not made yet. It's only open test, but it is extremely important to get it right for the first few days. So so far, looking really good.
A reunion here on the 75 stand. Thank you so much, Takuma.
Thank you.
And while Georgia was talking to Taku, you saw his car towed into his pit stall, and they'll be spinning around and getting it ready to go out on the track for his first laps of day 2. Taku, one of 9 former winners of the 500 in the field. Here's another one.
Hard to believe it's been 10 years since Alexander Rossi won in his rookie campaign. I knew he was going to be a special driver that moment when the car ran out of fuel at turn 4, and he just turned to the crowd and put his hands together and bowed out of appreciation. Still, I think, overwhelmed when he got to pit lane and was able to drink the milk. And I had an opportunity to ask Alex once. I said, as soon as that race was over, you won it. How quickly did you want to win it again? He said that very next day. He said, I got it instantly what it meant to win an Indianapolis 500, and he's been trying for his 10th try as soon as we get rolling here in the month of May, as it's been 10 years, the anniversary of that win back in 2016.
Yeah, you see that list of former winners that are in the field. Did a nice photo in Pagoda Plaza with them this morning. It's all over social media. I'm sure you've seen it, and if not, you'll look it up. Very special. Here's another one that was in that club. Marcus Ericsson.
Ran briefly yesterday and heard that after a couple of laps out there, he felt comfortable and said, that's all I really need to do. Let's put the car back for a while, just run it run limitedly as far as getting out there and running in that 2.5 miles. The Swede bringing fans with him wherever he goes throughout the season. And of course, a former winner. Potential to get that second one, and Joseph Newgarden snuck it away there in the last lap.
Marcus ran 24 laps in day 1 of the test. The most laps run yesterday were 76 laps that Caio Collet put on between his rookie orientation program and some of the running he did in the afternoon session as well. Somebody who did not run very many laps in the afternoon session, second car in line, Joseph Newgarden, 2-time 500 winner. So there was a tale of 2 days for this shell entry for Team Penske. They went out in the morning and did some things, and the report that I got from talking to some of the team members was really loved the car. Joseph said this is really good. So they decided to take a swing at some things in the afternoon, and it was a rather extensive setup change, and they went out and tried it a couple times, and it wasn't what they were looking for, but you don't know until you try. And by the time they got around to undoing everything they did, they didn't have enough time to get out and make any meaningful laps in the afternoon, so they just focused on being ready for this morning. So that's why we saw Joseph for only 8 laps yesterday in the afternoon session.
I understand Takuma Sato was, after about 5 laps, said this car feels really good. So that pretty much the story up and down pit lane. A lot of these drivers very comfortable getting back in the car, and that's the benefit of this open test. You have 2 days to really prepare yourself for the month of May and really get a good baseline, so when you go in, you can start attacking qualification, race modes, things of that nature.
It is testing, after all.
Yep.
It's the engineer's field of dreams. Here's Alex Palou out there making some test laps. Last year's winner of the Indianapolis 500. And, of course, having won a couple of times already in the NTT INDYCAR Series season. Actually, 3 times this season, right? St. Pete to open the season. Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham. Long Beach last Sunday. And what it means to win at Indy, well, you saw it all over Alex Palou's face at the end of last year's race. Standing on the roof of the pickup truck, going around to greet the fans after, as is tradition. The whole thing.
It's interesting with Alex, that victory celebration that he had. One of the few that doesn't pour milk, or did not pour the milk over his head. And I said, reason being, he said, I wanted to share that milk with the team and didn't want to waste it on myself. Plus, he didn't want his fire suit to smell for the remainder of the day with the milk on it. But a very classy move by Alex at wanting to share that traditional drink of milk with the rest of the guys.
Yeah, he was going to be in that suit for several hours afterwards, for sure. Well, yesterday, in day 1 of the test, Alex Palou ran 24 laps. Best of them was a 2:18.95. And these speeds we're giving from yesterday are the no-toe speeds, because they're the most meaningful number, I think, for the gauge of what kind of speed you had in your car. So Alex with a 2:18.9 and was 9th fastest yesterday in the no-toe laps.
Jack Harvey still P1, was that way yesterday in no-toe, 220.51. Venus VK in there, Connor Daly, Kyle Kirkwood, Stingray Robb. They're the top 5. Again, very early in this practice session as the Ganassi teammates work their way down the front straightaway, and the other Ganassi driver making his way to pit lane. Of course, the aforementioned Alex Palou.
So there you see the 6 times that the 500 has been won back-to-back, which is something that Alex Palou will be trying to accomplish here. Done just a couple of years ago by Joseph Newgarden. Then it was 20 years before that to Helio Castroneves. Another, long time before that to Al Unser. So it's hard to do. It's hard to win the 500 once. To put that together back-to-back.
Hard to believe it was 31 years between Big Al and Helio Castroneves, and then another 22 to Joseph Newgarden doing it. To your point, it's very difficult to do.
It is a lot. Scott Dixon on the speedway now, our 2008 winner. And outworking right behind and about to be in front of, perhaps, Kyffin Simpson, one of his Chip Ganassi Racing teammates. Yesterday, Dixon showed up 10th on the no-toe speed times, 2:18.9, his best. 18 laps total in day 1 for Scott Dixon.
Perhaps, I'm sorry to interrupt, a bit of tutelage perhaps between he and Kyffin Simpson yesterday. Late in the day, they were doing the same thing. The two of them running together. He would allow Kyffin to get in front of him, and Scott would pass. And they traded positions dozens of times yesterday. Late in the day, I think, trying to get Kyffin back acclimated to the speedway and get him up to speed for this month of May.
Kyffin in the no-toe speeds yesterday in that beautiful number 8 machine was 5th best on the day at a 2:19.3. So he's got a pretty sporty race car and doing a little work on that feel and traffic here as he and Scott Dixon work in tandem down to the Yard of Bricks.
Kyffin back to the inside. Will pass Dixon into 1. Grand Cayman Islands. Kyffin Simpson. Real treat to watch him the latter part of 2025 last year. Really came to life. Has struggled a little bit in the beginning of 2026, but had a good run in Long Beach a couple of weekends ago.
Yep, picking it up. and the lessons learned, and it's a lot of information to be gained and gathered from those two champion teammates that he has around. Let's see some other cars on the racetrack. That's Alexander Rossi. You just saw, talked about him a bit. Here's Pato O'Ward, who, to my view, seemed to have a very good race car underneath him yesterday in the day one test sessions.
Saw the spotters yesterday late in the afternoon and discussed with them their thoughts on Pato's day. Really didn't see him much in the latter portion of the day when I got out here, and they said he was extremely happy with the race car.
And we watched Pato for a while working in traffic, and seemed like he had the ability to pull up and close and make the moves that he wanted and run closely behind someone. To be able to do that was all smiles. Georgia had talked to him during the day when he got out of the race car, and he was a happy guy. Certainly someone who knows what it takes to contend for the win in the 500. He has been a contender in this thing consistently. You look back at the numbers on Pato. Last year he finished third in the hunt for the win. 2024, we know what happened in turn 3 on the last lap, when Joseph Newgarden made that bold outside pass. The year before that, he was racing Marcus Ericsson with less than 10 laps to go for the lead. Finished second in 2022. He's always there, always in the mix at the front of the pack.
This will be Pato's 7th Indianapolis 500. And if he could win the 500 this year, he would complete what other drivers in their 7th start would have done, including Howdy Wilcox, Jimmy Bryan, Sam Hornish Jr., Ryan Hunter-Reay, all winning the 500 in their 7th attempt. So Pato trying to join that group as he heads back down to pit lane.
And that last lap he just put in on the racetrack put him P2 on the board. That's a lap with the assistance of some draft, but it got him to P2 at 221.0.
Lucas and Newgarden working their way down that back straightaway, really maneuvering.
Just in front of them is Romain Grosjean. Just behind them is Felix Rosenqvist, trying to join up and do a little group run here. Romain yesterday looked like he his car had pretty good pace. Trying to find him on the sheet here, where I lost his number. I'll come up with it in a minute.
Well, Newgarden getting around him down into 3, so Joseph feeling a little sporty in this session. We'll see if David Malukas, who was very happy with his car yesterday, can get around Romain as well. Down the front straightaway, Romain will look to the inside of Newgarden. Malukas will take a peek, but then duck back in as they enter turn number 1. So Grosjean back to the point of that group.
Yeah, best no-toe speed yesterday for Romain was yesterday afternoon at a 2:16.0. That was 26th in the ranking. But working some traffic here as Felix Rosenqvist and Scott McLaughlin close in on this group. So the third team Penske car out there. And Rosenqvist also yesterday 4th best of the no-toe speeds. There's Felix. Sirius XM Honda powered machine from Meyer Shank Racing.
Good pass by Malukas. Rosenqvist, obviously the Ganassi Alliance has helped there, and Felix's teammate Marcus Armstrong, many considered him one of the drivers to get his first win at some point here in 2026. We'll see how he will fare here in the month of May.
Got 11 of our 33 cars on the race course right now. Got Malukas, Newgarden, Grosjean, Rosenqvist, and McLaughlin in this group. And joining in, Caio Collet at the front of the field. Caio passed his rookie orientation yesterday for his first Indianapolis 500 after really coming in the morning, having told me when I saw him in Gasoline Alley in the morning, he said, yeah, I I'm excited, though I have no idea what to expect. Got out there, had a solid day, right? Was efficient getting through the rookie orientation program. Wound up running the most laps of anyone yesterday. And really happy to get his first experience at Indianapolis.
Talked to the team manager, Craig Brooks, yesterday, and he said he was really excited once he got out of the car for the first time. He goes, boy, was that a lot of fun.
Yeah. Working here in the draft with the Team Penske drivers. See, Joseph Newgarden has popped up to the top of the pylon in that draft with a 224.3. Grosjean puts on the turn signal and heads in.
I will say David Malukas has been extremely impressive thus far. Quick yesterday, at least as far as passing cars go, and he got around Kyle Collette and checked out.
Scott McLaughlin at the tail end of this line. Putting some work in that beautiful Pennzoil Chevy-powered machine for Team Penske. Scott looking to be in his 6th Indianapolis 500-mile race. Of course, pole sitter a couple of years ago in 2024. Finished 6th in that race. The 11th Penske driver to win a 500 pole. And coming in after posting that last lap as his best at a 2:22.36 at the tail end of the draft in the group there. Little 7-car grouping here.
Now talking about Pato O'Ward in his 7th 500 and drivers to win in their 7th start. Scott McLaughlin will make his 6th this year. Other drivers to win in their 6th start: Bobby Unser, Emerson Fittipaldi, Ari Leyendyke, Scott Dixon, Alex Palou. That's a pretty good group.
Yeah, a lot of names in there. There's Takuma Sato running 2nd in line behind his Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan teammate Mick Schumacher. So the experienced one in his 17th Indianapolis 500, two-time winner, working with his younger teammate, looking to be in his 1st Indianapolis 500. Mick met with the media yesterday after the conclusion of the day and was very matter-of-fact about the day's process. Felt good about the way that they moved through the day and the boxes they were able to check off, and for himself, the boxes he was able to check off about things you learn. We were talking yesterday, Michael, that there are so many firsts at Indianapolis along the way over so many years. And for Schumacher to begin ticking off those firsts along with the other rookie drivers here, it's a big milestone.
It certainly is. And to have a name like Schumacher with us here in the Indianapolis 500 getting set for the 110th running is so great. Remember being with his father, coming here when they used to run the Formula One race here, the Grand Prix. And to be here on the oval, dream come true for me.
Interesting, as Joseph Newgarden goes by Christian Rasmussen here at the Yard of Bricks, that little draft we saw a couple laps ago with the 6-7 cars in it, with Newgarden and Malukas and McLaughlin, Kyle Collette in that group. Well, what do you know? Number 4 at the top of the pylon, as you see left of screen. 2:26.38 top speed in the draft for Kyle Collette.
Big lap for Kyle. Now watching Rasmussen and Newgarden running, seeing Joseph can go any quicker. P2 right now, 2:23.446 the last time by. Best lap 2:25.111.
Had a look at the Kyle Collette car being looked over by the A.J. Foyt Racing team as they work through their test plan. There is a planned track inspection coming up in just a few minutes, as the The folks in race control, they let the teams know about that a little while ago. But about a quarter of the hour, just to have a look around the racing surface after the first runs of the day and make sure everything is in perfect condition. So just 4 cars on the race course now. These 2, plus Kiffin Simpson and Christian, Christian is in there. These 2, Jack Harvey and Dennis Hauger.
Hauger just left pit lane a moment ago. Back on track to go to work. Jack Harvey will tuck in behind the front 2. Rasmussen and Newgarden. You'll see Harvey pop into the screen momentarily. Well, that's Dennis Hauger.
Yeah, that's Hauger.
Yep. Harvey is out there.
Yeah, I don't recall between yesterday and today seeing Jack doing much running in traffic. Believe that a lot of his laps have been done out there by himself, free of any possible tow.
Well, we saw Kiffin Simpson make his way into 1, and there was Jack Harvey, maybe a tad bit of a tow. Last time by 2:20.656, so that was considered a tow lap speed.
Will Power heads to the race course, while Joseph Newgarden heads back to pit lane. Kiffin Simpson looking to be in his 3rd Indianapolis 500-mile race. There's Dennis Hauger, right of screen. Green and black number 19 car for Dale Coyne Racing. Driver from Norway. Looking to make some noise back in his home country with a successful effort in the Indianapolis 500. Rookie driver, last year's Indy Next by Firestone champion with 6 wins and 7 poles in 14 races last year.
Yeah, he's an impressive driver. He had a heck of a season last year. Great kid, really nice to be around, and has a boatload of talent.
Yes, he does, and he's had a couple of really impressive races this season, including Long Beach. Last time out for the NTT INDYCAR Series, and getting his first cracks at the Oval here in Indianapolis.
Elio Castroneves, that Meyer-Shank Racing machine making its way to pit lane. There's Elio making his way to the car.
Is the Jacob Abel car. And again, waiting on, and there it is, the yellow for the track inspection that all the race teams had been told from race control some time ago would be coming at 11:45 after 30 minutes of running. So our first yellow of the day, track inspection, and gives us a minute to tell you about what's upcoming here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway during the month of May, just around the corner. So next Friday, a week from Friday, we'll open the gates and have a day full of track activity as we get the Sancio Grand Prix underway. The race on Saturday, capping off an exciting 2 days. Then a couple days for teams to flip things around and the Speedway to flip things around from road course to oval configuration. And we start Indianapolis 500 practice on May the 12th. Got Fast Friday, of course, on the 15th. PPG Armed Forces qualifying the 16th and 17th. Who makes the Fast 12 and who wins the pole for the Indianapolis 500? That new last 5 years or so race practice on Monday. Miller Lite Carb Day, Legends Day by Firestone, all getting us ready for the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race on May 24th. Be a busy month.
Certainly will be. And if you've never made it out to the Sancio Grand Prix, highly recommend you start your month off right. Of course, Mother's Day weekend, but a great opportunity to see a couple of the support series making their way through. USF 2000, USF Pro 2000, Indy Next by Firestone in there as well, and of course the NTT INDYCAR Series. But to run the road course here, it's a world-class road course, and to be able to walk through the various family mounds to watch these cars brake, accelerate, and really work that road course is really a lot of fun and a good opportunity to see what all of these cars can do outside of the oval.
If you can't be with us here at the Speedway, hope you'll join us for coverage of the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500 on Fox, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Always a lot of great things in the pre-race show, and we look forward to it. That's on May the 24th, 10 a.m. Eastern Time on Fox. Track inspection. We'll go back green flag racing in just a few minutes.
Drivers are going to sprint into the eye of a tornado.
Let's go.
It's the biggest race of the year. It's the most historic.
Canot on the inside, pass in the grass.
The Indianapolis 500.
An American Summer Classic returns to Indianapolis Motor Speedway July 24th through the 26th. It's the Brickyard 400 presented by PPG, and it's celebrating 30 years of one of the most iconic traditions in all of sports. This crown jewel event includes the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series Pennzoil 250. Don't miss the stars of NASCAR as they look to seal their legend. Brickyard Weekend tickets are available now at IMS.com. Don't miss the thunderous roar and sleek vibe of IMSA sports cars at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This three-day showcase, September 18th through the 20th, features infield camping and an open garage area. The action will be non-stop as the event returns to a sprint race format in 2026. And kids 15 and under get in free. Tickets for the TireRack.com Battle on the Bricks are on sale now at IMS.com. United, we race.
The Indy 500 blows your mind.
There's nothing like the Indy 500.
It's something that can change your life.
The best event I've ever experienced.
It's just absolutely fantastic.
It's enormous.
It's a dream for a lot of us growing up.
I can strongly say there is nothing like the Indy 500 and race day.
Scary, challenging, and rewarding.
It is the best event you could ever attend in your life.
Race day at the 500 is just magical in so many ways.
It's all of your favorite things combined.
I love when the cannon blows up in the morning.
When it's full and there's so much energy.
A concert on the infield.
Airplanes.
It's seeing all the fans and all the people there.
I think just standing on the grid. The lead up to the anthem and the flyover and back home again. Back home again. Especially when Taps is played. Getting in the car and rolling off on the parade laps.
Probably when it starts.
Favorite part of race day, crossing the finish line.
Tasting the milk, I'm sure, is the best part.
United we race, and looking forward to the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500 and see who gets to kiss those bricks on race day. Under a yellow flag for a track inspection. Testing will resume shortly, saying it's going to be about 10 minutes before the green flag waves and we get the track back full again. So while we have a couple of minutes, let's take you back. We've got a new series of videos talking about greatest moments in certain parts of the racetrack. Let's focus on the South Chute today. Greatest moments in the South Chute of the Speedway.
The South Chute at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The first of two identical 1/8 mile long straights, bridging turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. This is Corner by Corner, and today we're looking at the most memorable Indy 500 moments from the IMS South Chute. The 106th running of the Indy 500 had a fairly quiet lead-up in 2022 with only one on-track crash prior to Carb Day's final practice. For Colton Herta, the final session would prove to be eventful.
Whoa! Was that a big moment from Colton Herta? Oh my gosh, Colton Herta
upside down.
Wow.
Hey buddy, key up if you're okay. Yep, all good.
I'm fine. Hopefully we can repair some of the car. Hopefully it's not tubbed, but it does look like it took a pretty big shunt there on the side.
At number 4, we traveled to 1989 when the fabled Indy 500 Andretti curse reared its ugly head once again. Michael Andretti started his day from the outside of row 7, and with under 100 miles remaining, had worked his way past Emerson Fittipaldi to lead the race. Unfortunately for Michael, the South Chute would mark the end of his day.
Oh,
no.
An engine, a blown engine.
Looks like Michael.
Michael Andretti is slowing on the race course in the short chute.
Coming in at number 3, we look at Helio Castroneves and his own spectacular South Chute flip during Indy 500 practice in 2015. Unlike Colton Herta, Helio's airborne mishap occurred before the implementation of the IndyCar aeroscreen.
Action happening at the south end of the racetrack. The car overturned in the air and then came down on the roll bar. Wow, that was very, very scary.
At number 2, we head to 2017 and the 500's 101st running, a day when Jay Howard's visit to the South Chute wall led to one of the most terrifying wrecks of Scott Dixon's Indy 500 career.
Oh my goodness! What car airborne? It's Scott Dixon! That car went airborne, made contact with the catch fence, and Scott Dixon is going to walk away from an absolutely horrifying accident here at the south end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Definitely a bit of a rough ride, but glad everybody was okay. It was definitely a wild ride. Big thanks to Delara and everybody, for the safety standards that we have right now.
And our number 1 South Chute moment, the spin and win. Come on, you already knew this was coming. The year was 1985, and Danny Sullivan was locked in an Indy 500 battle for the ages with Mario Andretti. As the drivers approached turn 1 and headed for the South Chute, Sullivan lost control, and the rest, as they say, is history.
Losing control of the car, doing a magnificent job of not hitting the wall and continuing in the race.
Danny Sullivan spun in front of Mario Andretti. Danny Sullivan has won the 69th Indianapolis 500.
If the sun was shining on me, if I got away with that and was still in the race and was still in second place, I knew we were making it home.
And it is the highs and the lows of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and all things Indianapolis 500. So let's talk to two-time Indianapolis 500 winner Josef Newgarden. Joseph, can you quickly recap yesterday for us?
It was day 1. Yeah. That's my concise recap. Yeah, we went out in the morning a little bit more. We didn't really run in the afternoon just because we were testing something that took a lot of time, and we didn't want to come back out afterwards, so that was about it. But it seems like a lot of people got good running, which is great. This has just turned into sort of an extension of what the month of May is, so just trying to utilize the time as best as we can, like always.
Now, you did get some running this morning, one of the first to take the track. How'd you feel about it?
Yeah, it's good. It's cold. I wish it was a little warmer, but you don't know what you're going to get in May. It was cold last year in the race, so I think you got to be open-minded that these might be conditions that you race in. So, again, we're just working on what we can, trying to learn every step, and then, be prepared for whatever the eventual outcome is going to be when we get to the big show.
Thanks, Joseph.
Thanks.
Joseph Newgarden and company as we await the resumption of today's test day 2. Right now down for a track inspection. There's a look at Felix Rosenquist's car. Saw Felix post the 3rd best time of our early days action so far.
That was interesting to your point yesterday, Joseph Newgarden trying something. So it must have been a massive project, whatever it was they were trying to get accomplished yesterday, for them to have to revert back to that on the car and then run out of time at the end of the day. But obviously they learned something and potentially usable for the month of May. Again, Felix Rosenquist, that Sirius XM machine. Different look for him here in 2026. Crew looking at the front of that car, checking out those front dampers, getting set to put him back out onto the 2.5-mile oval momentarily.
Well, we talked about the Sancio Grand Prix. There's the schedule, and these times and things you're looking. Those are the sessions for the NTT INDYCAR Series as part of the weekend. We start, and instead of it being a 3-day race weekend, it is a 2-day race weekend. So you get both free practice sessions plus qualifying for the NTT INDYCAR Series, all on Friday. And all televised by our friends at Fox. Saturday, the morning warm-up and the race going green at 4:30 p.m. in the afternoon. And mixed in and among all of that, sessions for Indy Next by Firestone and the USF 2000 Series, USF Pro Series. It's a full weekend on the Speedway's Grand Prix course, and that's May 8th and 9th, a week from Friday and Saturday, as we get the month of May kicked off. So we continue with our track inspection. When the green flag waves, our coverage continues from here at the racing capital of the world. And back live at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the green flag is back in the air on our Indy 500 Open Test Day 2 after the track inspection. So the cars head back onto the race course to resume. The countdown clock you see in the upper left is counting down to the scheduled end of this opening session before we'll get to the window of opportunity for Katherine Leg to complete the first of 2 phases of her veteran refresher, and then we'll go back to all the cars running for the remainder of the day until 5 p.m. Eastern. That's the schedule for the day. You see the speeds as they've been posted so far, and everybody headed back out to resume running. Georgia Henneberry has been following up on a few stories for us during the downtime for the track inspection. What you got, Georgia?
Well, Michael, I know that track inspection took a little bit of a lengthier amount of time, which is great because they're trying to solve an issue. 2 tires got cut right before then. This is the right rear of Christian Rasmussen's. You can see this whole, I say cut, it's more like a puncture, maybe a nail or something like that. Takuma Sato also one that had a puncture of sorts. So tire 101's air wants to stay in the tire, not out of it. I can feel it coming out of the tire this way. So a caution there. They were also working on a wet spot at the bottom of turn 4. So all that cleared and cars are back out on track. So all good things.
Yeah, race control reporting, Georgia, that a piece of debris was found picked up by one of the cars. The extensive track inspection revealed nothing else out there, and so we're able to go green flag racing. And here we go. So back on the speedway at the head end of the line. That was Mick Schumacher being overtaken by someone who was pretty fast yesterday. And every year he's been here at the Indianapolis 500, Santino Ferrucci.
The Connecticut native back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, second day of the open test. Just always so impressive. Running here in the month of May, getting out for the very first time with a little over an hour and 10 minutes remaining before Katherine Leg begins that refresher course. And already quick as he steps on that throttle and gets after it. Teammate Kyle Collette out with him as well.
So already 10 cars on the speedway very quickly. We like it when it's busy. There's Connor Daly into turn 1, followed closely behind by Dennis Hauger. You've got Mick Schumacher, Kevin Simpson at the end of that line. Ahead of them, Romain Grosjean, Santino Ferrucci, and then Collette and Daly heading this group, headed for turn 3. What else we got? We've got 21 of Christian Rasmussen back on the race course. 77 of Stingray Robb is on the race course after very limited track time yesterday for Stingray. 28 of Will Power, 28 of Marcus Ericsson is on the race course. And it looks like Marcus Armstrong is headed for the pit exit to join the party on the speedway as well.
We always talk about boxes being checked throughout the month of May, and that is what is happening here in day 2 of this open test. A lot of the teams accomplished what they wanted to accomplish yesterday, so now trying various setups, potentially things in Joseph Newgarden's case, trying something, maybe taking a big swing at something, see if it would work or not, and able to do so in the allotted time today. A lot of teams, I think, found out what they needed to find out for a baseline yesterday, and now day 2 is the portion of this open test where they're trying air pressures and various front and back settings in the car as far as the dampers go, and just really getting a better dial in and a feel for these race cars. And it was, I mean, a whole hour before we saw Santino Ferrucci come out, so clearly they were making preparations on the car to accomplish and check one of those boxes today.
It's a long off season in the NTT INDYCAR Series, first of all, but it's also 12 months. You run the Indianapolis 500 once a year. You work on it 12 months a year. And these testing days are a culmination of all of the research and development and ideas and brainstorming and things that you do between efforts at the greatest spectacle in racing. And you know, you take all the ideas, you throw them against the wall, you do all the sim work and the engineering work that they do at the race shops, but then you come here with the actual list of things you want to try, and it's in a very sequenced plan because you have to understand what you're learning to be able to go back and make decisions about it. So everybody's got something going on. These multi-car teams, oftentimes the work is split between cars. They're all doing something different. And then you go back and you caucus all of the information.
That's a good word.
And come back to start again your test plan for the month of May, getting ready for the Indy 500 once race practice opens on the 12th.
I once asked Barry Wanzer, race strategist for Alex Palou, are you ever content? Do you ever figure something out and are content with it? He said never.
No.
We're always trying to improve and better. Even though something may be near perfect, we're always trying to improve what it is we've already learned, to your point.
A couple of good ones to watch here coming to the Yard of Bricks. You've got Takuma Sato with Marcus Armstrong, Kippen Simpson in there. You mentioned Armstrong and expectations for that driver and that car this year. And particularly here, there's our two-time champion Takuma Sato. And I mentioned Kippen Simpson showing speed in that number 8 machine for Chip Ganassi Racing. So some good ones to keep an eye on as they work through this latest segment of testing.
I'll keep an eye on Takuma. He laid back as he exited turn number 1 and let these two drivers get around and be curious to see how long it will take him to not only close in, but then to make a pass on Dennis Hauger and Kippen Simpson. Of course, Hauger, the meat in that sandwich between Simpson and Sato.
Some other cars on the speedway making their first laps of the day. Kyle Kirkwood is out on the race course, making some laps for the first time. Got Rinus VeeKay is on the race course. Jack Harvey back out. Also seeing Alexander Rossi and Ed Carpenter now rolling onto the racetrack. Alex Palou, did I mention him already? If I didn't, he's on the race course right now also. Well, Takuma Sato, two-time winner of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Here's the first of them. 2017. I live in the highlight listening to the roar of the crowd.
Yes. And then the lack of the roar of the crowd in this one.
Yeah, fighting off Scott Dixon, and the caution flag waves, and Sato becomes a two-time winner in front of all of those empty grandstands. Not in the month of May, but in August.
Yeah.
In that oddest of years. So Taku headed back in. He's posted 8 laps on the race course today. Best of them 2:24.13 for Takuma.
Well, Sato heading back to the attention of that Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan crew. Go to the 4-time Indianapolis 500 winner, Helio Castroneves. Talked about him and that car being wheeled out about 15 minutes or so ago. Helio back to work.
His first laps of the day here, his first couple, as Castroneves yesterday showed some speed in his car. It's funny, we were having some fun because different phrases and things. James Hinchcliffe yesterday talked about the PR lap, and when we were watching some of these guys running together, Helio was like 6th in line and had a gap in front of him, and Hinch said, "Oh, watch this from Helio." And sure enough, there he came up at the top of the sheet. But in the no-toe speeds for everybody, Helio also posted the 3rd best lap of the day. So speed is in this machine as the drive for 5 continues. Helio, 50 years old, and going to be in his 26th Indianapolis 500-mile race. 26.
So hard to believe. Remember the first year he came here to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So young, vibrant, exuberant, and you thought, at what point will that wear off? And it never has. He's remained that same personality throughout all of these attempted runs here at the Indianapolis 500. Of course, 4 victories, one of the most popular drivers in the paddock, especially throughout the month of May, as he attempts, as again you said, the drive for 5.
Dennis Hauger, Kippen Simpson here, 2 younger drivers working together. They were working behind Kyle Kirkwood, who hung the left and went back to the attention of his crew. Alexander Rossi back at work. Turn number 1. 2016 winner has put 10 laps on the board so far on this day 2 of testing. Yesterday, Rossi posted the 7th best no-toe speed, and that was a 219.17 for Rossi.
And with each and every 500, Rossi trying to become the 4th former rookie 500 winner to win the race multiple times. Louis Meyer did it. Of course, Juan Pablo Montoya and the aforementioned Helio Castroneves. Certainly the hunger grows within Alexander Rossi each and every time he comes here to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Kiffin Simpson, Dennis Hauger getting a little racy down into turn number 1. Kyle Collette, P1. That big lap he threw up about 45 minutes ago. Joseph Newgard in P2. Connor Daly hadn't been back in a while. Still sits P3. Sano Rosenquist. Dennis Hauger looking good in the early stages of this day 2 open test practice.
So talked about Stingray Robb earlier, and only a few laps posted yesterday for the driver from Idaho. Stingray's team found an engine issue and necessitated a good bit of time back in the garage areas to swap that engine out. But here he is back on the racetrack again, trying to get some testing done to be in his 4th Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Of course, bigger picture thing, this is their 3rd engine for 2026, and that allotment will then run out and they will have to pay to get a new engine in. So certainly that team not concerned as of this moment, but by the time the end of the season rolls around, they've gone through, as I should say, this is their 3rd already through 2 throughout the 6 rounds thus far of 2026.
Yeah, teams get a certain allotment of engines. They're supposed to run for a certain number of miles, and penalties begin when
yes, they do.
For both driver and manufacturer when those things are exceeded. Georgia, who's hanging around down there?
Graham Rahal is hanging out down here. He's actually in the 47 pit box right now. So I guess my first question to you is, what kind of advice are you giving Mick on a day like today?
Nothing, actually. I just got out here and, you know, he's got 3 good guys, obviously. A lot of experience between Takuma and I in particular here. So, but you did a great job getting up to speed yesterday and getting comfortable with it. Obviously, he wasn't really kind of in the thick of traffic or anything yet, but he will today. It's just on to Dirk about. Yeah, I mean, this afternoon, you know, everybody's going to try to funnel in there and do a lot of laps together to finish the test off. So Mick will be there. He'll be fine.
Let's talk about you, though. Recap yesterday for us.
Yeah, I mean, good day. Obviously, we never really did that big toe lap that you're seeing. A lot of guys drop to the back on fresher tires. At the end of the day, I went out on old tires, just jumped right in the middle of the queue. Wanted to see where we were at. I actually thought our long run speed and the consistency was pretty good. The tire degradation was good. But, you know, certainly we need to try to find today we'd like to see we're not doing any qual sim stuff, but still you'd like to see a little more speed, so we'll see what happens.
Thanks, Graham.
Yep, no worries.
Graham Rahal looking to be in his 19th Indianapolis 500-mile race. They're just towing the United Rentals Honda machine up the pit lane behind the tug to get it ready to go for his first laps of this day. We've seen 27 of our 33 entries on the Speedway. 27 of the 32 eligible to run in this session. So let's see, who haven't we seen yet? We know Graham is one of them. Don't believe we've seen Nolan Siegel yet. Castroneves, what about Christian Lundgaard? Haven't seen him yet. Let's see, that. Yeah, yes. Here's Will Power on the race course now, our 2018 winner. Haven't seen Ryan Hunter-Reay yet.
Nope.
Louis Foster.
Louis Foster has not been out. I think we've dialed them all in.
And that'll about do it.
Yep.
Well, Will Power knows how to celebrate winning an Indianapolis 500-mile race. Did so in style, getting away from the field in 2018, giving the captain another trophy. And I just always love this.
Such an emotional, he and his wife Liz, that's such an emotional victory podium celebration.
Yeah. There's a moment a little bit later on in that where they handed Will the milk bottle. And it's like he hadn't processed yet. And they handed him the bottle, and he looked at it, and he went, oh, yeah. You know,
Yep.
it was sinking in that, yes, I'm doing this, you know. So fun. Will Power yesterday ran, looking at my list, I don't know if he even got a lot of no-toe laps. He only got 6 no-toe laps in the whole session. A lot of times when we saw Will out there, it was in traffic.
I got out the latter portion of the day today, and he ran that entire afternoon portion from 4 to 6 o'clock in groups that entire last 2 hours of the day.
Yep, and posted a best lap that was good for 9th fastest. Ran 59 laps on the day, but again, only a half dozen of those were no-toe laps for Will Power. And back to the attention of the Andretti Global crew. So the number that wound up yesterday on the top of the pylon, adorning the car of Connor Daly, back out at work today. Connor has run pretty close to the most laps in this session. Kiffin Simpson has run the most laps since we finally went green at 11:15 Eastern time. You've got Dennis Hauger has run 26, Simpson 34, and then Connor Daly down there around 23, 24 laps run in our practice session. Best of them in the toe, 224.78 for Connor, good for 3rd quick right now. No toe speeds, Connor is 3rd quick at a 218.5.
And he's out there by himself right now. Well, I should say there's no one in front of him as Elio Castroneves makes his way down into turn number 1. You just saw the tail end of Elio. If you're watching there at home, you saw Elio duck in. So this potentially could be considered a toe speed that time through for Connor Daly, 218.994. So that was considered no toe. Still good for 3rd quick. His teammate Jack Harvey still P1, 220.5.
And Elio Castroneves back out, as you mentioned, putting in laps. This will be Elio's 8th lap of this day 2 of testing. And Castroneves posting a best lap so far today of a 218.5, which is the 4th best of the no-toe speeds for Castroneves. Got a little less than an hour left in this segment of our day 2 of testing. As the schedule is planned for the day, the track will be open for Katherine Leg to complete that phase 2 of her veteran refresher requirement. And a little less than an hour from now, and then we'll get everybody back out on the racetrack for an all-eligible cars session until 5 p.m. today is the plan. Weather conditions, track temperature has only come up slightly since the start of the session, and our air temperature is about 5-6 degrees cooler than it was yesterday so far, but that bright sunshine is certainly going to help.
I was just going to comment, a beautiful day here in Indianapolis with the sun out and covering this 2.5-mile oval with a little heat, trying to warm things up after a very warm day yesterday.
Good look at that Cliffs Honda powered machine for Meyer Shank Racing. Elio behind the wheel. Start finish line, Marcus Ericsson across the yard of bricks, back for another go. Ericsson ran about a dozen laps earlier in this session, out for his 13th and counting lap now.
And for Marcus Ericsson, we'll see what he's working on and if he can actually go any quicker than he did earlier today. Again, very comfortable in the car as we take a look back at his sole Indianapolis 500 win.
And what a thrill it was. 2022, the winning move. And this, the snake. Can't cross that line now where the end of the extension from the end of the pit wall. But able to then, and Ericsson did it to maximum effect as he got the lead and was in front when the caution flag waved to end the race. And Marcus Ericsson celebrating an Indianapolis 500 victory. And he's been a factor in about every race since, including a year ago, where he was the one that was passed by Alex Palou with 14 laps to go and took the checkers in second place on the track. Post-race technical inspection issue for the machine wound up taking that spot away, but Marcus P2 on the track last year and the last one to lead the race other than the guy that eventually won it.
That was a move by Alex Palou down into P1. I think it caught even Marcus Ericsson by surprise when Palou dove in there and kind of snookered, if you will, Marcus Ericsson. I know Marcus was upset with the fact that he allowed that to happen and wasn't more alert of Palou lingering there, but certainly a great race and a great pass by Palou over Ericsson just 1 year ago. Is Ed Carpenter back out on track?
Not for long.
No.
So off of turn number 2 now and onto the back straightaway. Santino Ferrucci, Caio Collet coming off the pit lane and joining, I believe that is Romain Grosjean.
Yep. So a coin car sandwiched between a couple of Foyts. Caio Collet third in that line, still the quickest of the day, 226.3.
Santino Ferrucci, his amazing record at the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Listen to these numbers in his 7 500s. 2019, started 23rd, finished 7th. 2020, started 19th, finished 4th. 2021, 23rd to 6th. 2022, it was an off year. He only finished 10th after qualifying 15th. Then you get to 2023, qualified 4th, finished 3rd. 2024, finished 8th. And a year ago, started 15th and finished in 5th position. He has an average finish in his first 7 500s better than Elio Castroneves, Al Unser, Dario Franchitti. Second only to Ted Horn in average finish in his first 7 500s.
Some pretty stout company. And last year, Santino became the first driver to score top 10 finishes and complete every lap in their first 7 500 starts. It's just been an impressive run for him here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, driving for one of the greats, of course, here at the Speedway, A.J. Foyt.
Yep, nobody more excited to get here to the race course than Santino. Talked to him yesterday before practice went out. Said, is this your race car? He said, no. And he said, in typical Santino fashion, not my race helmet either. He goes big on the helmet paint schemes, right? He said, not my race helmet either, but wait till you see what we got. So we'll look forward to that when we get back for the month of May. Caio Collet to the head of the line as you look back at Santino dropping off the tail of the pack and seeing what he might be able to do to draft back up and make some moves. So, of course, our engine manufacturer competition, always a thing as well in the NTT IndyCar Series, and especially here for the Indianapolis 500. You see the Chevrolet and Honda balance through our top 10. 5 apiece. And there is last year's winner. Now second in this line, blending in. Behind Caio Collet, it's Alex Palou. I think everybody else back here, well, that was Grosjean peeling off, but Ferrucci was just trying to get the toe off it.
You know, back to your point about Ferrucci, talking about his helmet. Yeah, it's one of the neat traditions here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Once the month really begins, the helmets that these drivers bring, and it's, I don't want to say sometimes glossed over, but you walk up and down pit lane, see them pull their helmets out of the helmet bag, and like, oh, that's really cool. And then they, like a proud parent, look at this and watch, you know.
Yeah, a lot of effort.
Yeah, it certainly is.
So Palou, Collet, Ferrucci, then Dennis Hauger, and that looks like Rinus VeeKay that's pulled in on the end of this group. Mick Schumacher behind them, pedaling hard here as well. How about Dennis Hauger and how impressive this young man has been in the NTT IndyCar Series rookie campaign for him so far?
I've been really impressed with Dennis, and coming off of the season he had with Andretti Global last year, and say on loan, if you will, from Andretti, but running with Dale Coyne this year, to hop into that car with a guy like Romain Grosjean. Mitch Davis at the time had said it's just a great pairing to have a veteran like Grosjean, especially on the road and street courses, to help Dennis understand what he needs to do in the big car. And it's a really heavy and hard, difficult car to drive. There's no power steering in these NTT IndyCar Series machines, so really takes a lot of physical effort to muscle these cars around the road and street courses, but then to be able to help Dennis become acclimated to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The kid is a quick learn and really wants to understand how the car works. So when he got into the car for the first time in 2026, that's the first thing he did. He went and studied the car to try to learn as much as he could about that car, so when it came time to go racing, he could give that feedback to the team so they understood what it was he needed to make the car go quicker.
Dennis Hauger has been on the race course for 31 laps today, which is just about the most, second most to Kiffin Simpson. Just got overtaken by Rinus VeeKay. Talk about Rinus for just a minute. VeeKay has posted the 10th best lap today. Now just completing his 20th lap on the race course at a 2:22.71 is his best lap. That last one was a 2:21.89 in the draft. Rinus driving that number 76 machine for Juncos Hollinger Racing. Unique sponsor share and technical alliance formed for this Indianapolis 500 in month of May, with Dreyer and Reinbold Racing between those two organizations.
Of course, with Dreyer and Reinbold only having this month of May effort to help in that machine and help Rinus VeeKay prepare. It's going to be an interesting month of May, I think, with what Rinus brings to the table. He's always quick here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and we saw pace in years past with Stingray Robb, that Rinus coming over there with his knowledge and his ability to go quick around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I think it's a win, not only with Dreyer and Reinbold coming over and hopping onto that project to partner up with Juncos Hollinger Racing, but for the team as a whole and Rinus's feedback. It's a win for not only Rinus as a driver, but the organization as well.
Beginning to see a couple of those drivers we rattled off that we hadn't seen on the track yet. Beginning to see them make appearances. Here's Christian Lundgaard momentarily at the head of this line and just off the pit lane. Arrow McLaren driver in car number 7 from Denmark, looking to be in his 5th Indianapolis 500. Also Graham Rahal rolling toward the racetrack for the first time today to make his first lap. So that's 30 of the 32 eligible drivers who have made it onto the speedway.
That's Rasmussen just peeled onto the track right behind this group.
Correct. Pato O'Ward is on the racetrack now. Felix Rosenquist is out there again. Saw Christian Lundgaard before the start of testing yesterday. Always the smile on his face, like he always seems to have. Had a steering wheel in his hand. and as we started to wrap up our conversation, he turned, he looked at me, and it wasn't like one of the steering wheels from the car with all the buttons on it. It was like the holder steering wheel that they use for tech inspection. He said, they handed me this wheel, and I have no idea why I'm holding it. And he walked away.
Oh, that's great. He's really a funny guy.
He is,
get around Christian, and he's got a kind of a dry sense of humor. And once you get to know him, he is extremely funny. Great to be around.
And a look at the United Rentals Honda-powered machine for Graham Rahal as he makes his first laps of the day. Graham at his 19th Indianapolis 500, looking to move into the top 10 all-time and completed race laps in the 500, and looking to move potentially into 9th all-time in completed miles of racing in the Indianapolis 500.
Well, Rinus VeeKay getting busy out there. Just saw him jump to P10. He has run 24 laps and was quickest on his 21st lap, so getting out, hopping into that top 10. As we go back to Graham Rahal, his quickest lap, 2:22.6.
He had jumped him up into 12th from nothing on the board, having just gone out there and jumped into this line of traffic. It's one of the things, they wanted to find out, what kind of pace do we have? What kind of feel does our car have? You heard Georgia Henneberry's interview with Graham not that long ago before he climbed aboard this machine. So looks like a couple of laps out there in traffic and headed back to the attention of the team for Graham Rahal. Ottawa Ward back on the race course.
And not to jump too far ahead to race day, but you think about drivers who would make the most impact if they could win this Indianapolis 500 and the 110th running. That driver certainly in the top 5, if not number 1. He is beloved throughout the 2026 calendar. Everywhere he goes, there's a line out in front of the garage area or out in front of the transporter, but fans really enjoy being around Ottawa Ward. That enthusiasm, so infectious, and he has been so close so many times.
With this team, 6th, 4th, 2nd, and 3rd in 5 of his 6 500 tries, and he crashed racing for the lead and the win in the final laps in the other. So Pato, one to keep an eye on always in the 500. Here's another Felix Rosenqvist, who has been near the top of the leaderboard on all of the timesheets throughout our day plus of testing. Yesterday, Felix with the 4th best of the no-toe speeds at a 2:19.4. And he was up there on the top of some of the timesheets of the numbers in the draft as well.
Pretty impressive Long Beach run for Felix Rosenqvist, running not only on the pole but led the first half of that race until that final stint where caution came out and he got beat on pit lane, and Alex Palou then took over the lead. But that was a very impressive, a good momentum shift for Felix Rosenqvist coming into this month of May, of course, with the Sanzio Grand Prix coming up next weekend, and doing well so far here on the oval.
I like oddities in numbers, and Felix Rosenqvist has finished in one of 2 positions in each of his last 5 Indianapolis 500-mile races. He's either finished 4th or 27th in each of the last 5 years.
Really?
Out of 33 cars.
That is an oddity.
Right? 2021, 27th. 2022, 4th. 2023, 27th. 2024, 27th. 2025, 4th. And that's 5 of the 7 500s he's run.
Wow. That is.
Don't ask me to explain why. I'm just telling you that's it.
That's
right
a
there.
unique stat right there, Alan.
Yeah. Yard of Bricks, Ed Carpenter. A 45-year-old from here in Indianapolis, looking to be in his 23rd Indianapolis 500-mile race. Ed, a 3-time pole winner for the 500. Tom Sneva's nickname was the Gas Man. Ed Carpenter knows how to gas it up here as well.
Certainly does.
Here, a look at the 3 years that Carpenter won pole position. 2013. Again the next year, 2014. He did it again. And then in 2018, a 3-time pole winner for the Indianapolis 500-mile race, celebrating with his family there. Carpenter looking to see if he can better his best finish here at the 500 by 1 position. He's been the runner-up and looking to be the one to drink the milk and kiss the bricks this year.
How long has Ed Carpenter been running here? If he completes just 10 laps, he will become the 5th driver and only non-winner to complete 10,000 miles in 500 race competition. We got A.J. Foyt, Elio Castroneves, Al Unser Sr., and Scott Dixon. So certainly that final box to check for Ed Carpenter.
30th of 32 eligible drivers for this session. Out onto the race course is Ryan Hunter-Reay. Another one of our 9 former winners entered in this one, driving this Chevrolet-powered machine for Arrow McLaren, 45-year-old from Florida, looking to be in his 18th Indianapolis 500.
He was so close last year. He had a fantastic Indianapolis 500.
Driving for Dreyer and Reinbold Racing, led the second most laps in the race a year ago, 48 laps, which is almost a quarter of the race. To Takuma Sato's 51. Pitted for his last pit stop from the lead with 31 laps to go and never left the pits with a mechanical problem. So now moving over here to the Arrow McLaren team and their 4th entry. This test session paint job that they have that looks so spectacular to me. I still haven't figured out what you get when you mix a grape with a papaya, but that's that's my line of thought here.
A delicious beverage, perhaps? It's a good-looking paint scheme, though, for not running it in the 500. They all 4 of those cars are fantastic.
And, of course, I mentioned one of our former winners in the field. We'll never forget the ending of this 2014 race, one of the great classics between 2 great drivers. And Hunter-Reay with the almost pass in the grass on Helio Castroneves into turn number 3. Expanding on the story, remember the twisted plot with the red flag late to set up the sprint to the finish. And Captain America winning the Indianapolis 500-mile race. 2014 it was. All right, Georgia, who are you visiting with?
Well, this is our first repeat interview of the open test. It's Hollywood. Jack Harvey, he topped the no-toe times yesterday. Great job. How big of a feat is that to come out of the gate and be the fastest for a team that only runs the 500 every year?
I mean, hopefully it's just validation for everyone in the team that the hard work in the off-season is actually bearing some fruit, right? And everybody needs to remember it was day one. We have no idea where everybody else was, and you know, we know that we've still got a decent amount left to come. This morning was still some qualifying work for us, and it's really just about trying to validate all of our tool sets so that throughout the rest of this month or next month we can just trust our information. That's going to be you know, a really huge thing, and especially as a team that's as good as Dreyer and Reinbold Racing, we still have to trust all the information and be confident in that as we move forward, and feel like we've had another really smooth morning, and we'll come back out in the afternoon and try and rip in race mode.
Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, G.
He did a fantastic job earlier. Still the quickest no-toe. Bettered what he did yesterday. 221.11 for Hollywood Jack Harvey.
Helio Castroneves, one of just a couple of cars on the speedway right now. You've also got Marcus Ericsson out on the race course. Looks like Jacob Abel, we saw a shot of his car rolling toward the speedway to make it 3 on the track at the moment. Helio Castroneves looking to become a 5-time 500 winner, would be the only one to do that. So joining that 4-time club in 2021 with Al Unser and Rick Mears and A.J. Foyt. That was his 12th attempt at that 4th win. 2021 was. This will be his 5th attempt at number 5. Will Helio be the one celebrating at the end of the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race? Join us May 24th. Fox coverage starts at 10 a.m. Eastern Time of the 110th Indianapolis 500. 30 minutes and change left in our session today for all cars. There you see Katherine Leg's machine, the 33rd entry to the 500, being towed from Gasoline Alley out to her team's assigned stall on the pit lane. We'll see Katherine here after another half hour, look to complete that phase 2 of the veteran refresher program, since she hasn't been here in competition in the 500 since 2024. That a requirement. Mechanical difficulties kept them from doing that yesterday, so she'll get an opportunity to run those 15 laps and then be eligible to participate in the all cars practice session later in the day.
announced just a week or so ago, driving for AJ Foyt Racing here in the 110th running.
Connor Daly.
P3 and no toe speeds today still. His teammate P1, 218.99, so nearly there with a 219 for Connor Daly.
And yet, the interview we had with Jack and some of the things we heard from Connor last night, the numbers appear good on the sheets and things, but it's testing. We don't know where we stand, seemed to be the general reception on the day. It's better than being P33 on those sheets for sure, but we don't know where we stand with everybody else. We're just working through the test plan.
Back to Barry Wanzer, of course, race strategist for Alex Palou. I said, what do you know right now? He said, honestly, until we get into race mode, nobody really knows anything. You think you have an idea, but you never want to overthink where you sit at the moment. And I think to Jack's point, yeah, we're quick right now. We're the fastest no toe speed, but can't read too much into that until we really get a good gauge on where everybody truly are.
Some teams here running the car they will run in the Indianapolis 500, or they plan to. Some teams not. Some teams, this is a road course car that's fitted for the speedway testing because they don't want to risk all the polish and elbow grease put into the 500 car and to take a chance on a crash here. But certainly all data gathered is valuable data as Connor Daly completes his 33rd lap of this day 2 opening session. Dennis Hauger back on the racetrack. Renus VK back on the racetrack. Stingray Robb is out there. Ed Carpenter, Ryan Hunter-Reay head back onto the race course. And here's Will Power exiting the pit lane and coming up to speed on the back straightaway.
Moving over to Andretti Global in 2026. Of course, winner of the 500 back in 2018 with Team Penske. So a change of scenery for Will Power. Up and down start to 2026. Starting to find his way. And expect him to be extremely quick.
Go ahead. It's been an eventful start to the season for Will Power, hasn't it?
Barber Motorsports Park, when he went into Charlotte's Web and he wanted to turn, but the car did not want to turn, and he ended up into the fence there in the tire barrier. It has been an eventful start to 2025. But a good run at Long Beach, and I think starting to sort out where he sits with Andretti Global, getting used to the car, the change in power plants, and learning what he needs to do to help make this car and this organization better with his role here in 2026 and beyond.
Will Power today has run 18 laps. Best of them was his 5th in traffic. That was a 2:23.19. That puts Will 9th on the scoring pylon left of your screen. Check that now, 8th. Just ahead of Alex Palou. Look at the Indy 500 winning teams since 2016. And Andretti Global snagging a couple of those victories. Certainly got a lineup of contenders for this year. Andretti Global with Power and Kyle Kirkwood and Marcus Ericsson.
Pretty stout group of drivers right there. And Andretti Global always quick here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Talk about teaming up to have Will Power and Marcus Ericsson together and their success here at the Speedway.
It's a good group.
Certainly is. Kyle Kirkwood, no slouch either.
Have a few cars moving from their pit box together onto the speedway, whether that was coordinated or just planned. Well, since a couple of them were team cars, I think it probably was. Scott Dixon in line there, tail end of the group, behind Ryan Hunter-Reay. And This group of other cars looking to jump in off of turn number 2 and see if they can make it a whole draft here.
Hauger, Armstrong, Ray Hall, Kyle Collette back there.
Rinus VeeKay, part of that group at the head of the line.
Yep.
And Scott Dixon dropping in at the tail end, which is always fun for us to watch, and a measure of where you stand in the draft and the traffic and the speed in your car for Scott Dixon. Hauger's going to pull off driver's left.
And that's Felix Rosenquist right in front of Hauger.
Christian Rasmussen off the pit lane. Mick Schumacher, Alex Palou joining the group as Ryan Hunter-Reay exits to pit lane.
Still 9 of them together, making their way through the north end of the course. Have a little fun here. 25 minutes remaining before Katherine Leg begins that refresher.
So 11 cars on the race course now. That's one of the higher counts we've seen all at one time yet in our test session. Marcus Armstrong at the head of the line. Scott Dixon trying to work his way through. "18 years since Scott Dixon won the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Doesn't seem possible as many times as he's just been right there in the fight for the win.
Oh, so close a couple of years ago when that small miscue entering pit lane, that certainly anything could have happened at the end of that race, but certainly was his day. Rasmussen working his way around.
Just watching Felix Rosenquist there get close to Scott Dixon, but not.
8 of them. Dixon looking like he's going to duck the pit lane. Armstrong, Christian Rasmussen running there together. Rinus VeeKay.
So both Marcus Armstrong and Christian Rasmussen going to be in their 3rd Indianapolis 500-mile race this year as Rasmussen goes around Armstrong. For Christian, just 25 years old, his best finish in the 500 was a 6th place run last year. And he was the top finishing rookie in the race of 6 the year before in 2024.
Well, if you follow the series, you know of his win just 1 year ago at the Milwaukee Mile, and he certainly was putting on a show at the Phoenix Speedway until the incident late with Will Power.
Racing for the lead. And the win. Here's Armstrong yesterday. We got into a whole discussion yesterday of possible nicknames for Rasmussen, and the question was put directly to him on our set. He wasn't in favor of any of them.
Did he have a suggestion of what he would like to be called?
No, he did not, because you don't get to nickname yourself.
That's true.
But he didn't care for either of the proposed nicknames. And of course, we kept discussing it.
Maybe reset what those names that he did not like were.
I think it's up for further debate.
Okay.
Further development.
Well,
how about a little 3 wide here? Oh, yes.
Christian doing what he does best, making those passes at the last second.
Yeah. And gets himself to the head of the line and sends Rinus VeeKay headed back toward the pit lane. There's Marcus Armstrong being looked at, but not bypassed by Graham Rahal. You've got Armstrong, Rahal, Rosenquist, Palou, and Christian Lundgaard at the tail end of the line in this group coming to the yard of bricks.
Armstrong taking a look and will return the favor. Christian's pass just 1 circuit ago. Newgarden starting to file in along with teammate David Malukas. This could get interesting.
The art of the blend.
Yes.
Discussed that yesterday about the computer programs that tell the people on the timing stand just when to release the car to join in that group. Talked about Christian Rasmussen. What about Marcus Armstrong? Looking to be in his third Indianapolis 500. 2024, raced for Chip Ganassi in what was then his very first IndyCar oval race. Had a crash pretty early in the race, so didn't really get much experience. 2025, wound up starting 30th after a pole day morning crash. They crashed at 8:41 a.m. He made a qualifying attempt at 5 p.m. in a rebuilt race car by this team, and wound up racing from 30th up to 18th in the race. So looking to score a top 10 finish here in the 500, the only IndyCar oval where he has yet to score a top 10. Graham Rahal through with his fastest lap today in the draft of a 2:22.63. That was a little bit earlier. And a couple of turn signals on to head for the pit lane. Drivers ducking left off turn 2 and putting the left side wheels down against that apron, signaling to those behind them, lacking a turn signal on the cars, that they're going to bail out when they get to the pit entry. David Malukas making a move on Alex Palou here.
A couple of changes in our no-toe speeds for this practice session. Jack Harvey still P1, Elio Castroneves P2, 220.88. And then the 20 car of Alexander Rossi, the 26 of Will Power, and Rinus VK round out the top 5, moving Connor Daly to P6.
Watching Rosenquist's Malukas, Newgarden, and Palou here off of the corner. Heard from Joseph earlier on in our coverage of the day today, talking about that just working through the test plan, and yesterday morning had a really good race car, felt good about it. Didn't see much action yesterday afternoon, but putting in the laps today. Newgarden has run 24 laps, and the best of them in the tow was just the lap before this one at 2:26.2. He may better that from the tail end of this line here in a minute, with Malukas in front of him. Georgia Henneberry is with one of the drivers who just came off the race course.
Hey, Alan, yes I am. I'm here with Rinus VK, currently 11th on the charts. Rinus, I'm curious to hear about how these 2 action-packed days have been for you.
Yeah, they've been good so far. My first time with JHR on Superspeedway, so very smooth. Yesterday was more of a day, going through all the damper options we have, going through our spare parts, making sure they handle the same. And today we're mixing it up a little bit more in traffic, so finally there's a bit of a pack move happening. But yeah, just hopped in with very used tires and felt pretty good so far. I think there's still much to improve on, which is a good thing with that many days to go.
Definitely. And it was just announced that Hunko Solinger and Dreyer and Reinbold Racing have now formed this alliance. Has anything changed for you on the stand specifically?
Nothing's really changed on the stand. The only thing is, getting into a pack when there's not a lot of cars around. We do have communication with the 23 and the 24, knowing what their plans are. Do they want to be on their own or do they want to be in traffic? If so, we can mix it up and we'll just fire at the same time. So,
fantastic. Thank you so much, Rinus.
I appreciated the comment, running out there on very used tires.
Yeah. Yeah, you would. if you left it up to a driver and maybe an engineer as well, they'd fire new tires at it every time it came off the race course just to be sure of what information you're getting. But that's not reality, and frankly, it's not reality for the race either. You're going to have to run on tires with 30 laps on them at the end of a fuel load in the 500, so might as well find out about it now. Teams, of course, limited to the number of sets of tires they have available for the test. They're also limited. They have a tire allocation for the month of May that they're given, and that's it. For all the practice, qualifications, and the race, here you go. You decide how to use them. The number on Joseph Newgarden that he set in that draft in this run on the race course. It was about 5 laps ago. Alex Palou running behind Newgarden here. Palou has completed 40 laps on the track today. Best of them is 21st at a 2:23.11. And that lap, a 2:19. A 2:19.77.
And Malukas just pops to P4. 2:24.377 that time through. So following Alex Palou, Joseph Newgarden, Dixon now popping in, but that's David Malukas. Third in line is Dixon will tuck in, fourth in line.
Part of the data that we have available to us to track no toe speeds and the overall speeds, best consecutive 4-lap averages, which would be measuring people who might be on a qualifying sim. And 15-lap averages. There are only 3 drivers that have run 15 consecutive laps today. Alex Palou, Dennis Hauger, and Felix Rosenqvist. And Palou, the fastest 15-lap average posted so far by a bunch at 2:17.47. As last year's champion, both of the NTT IndyCar Series and the Indianapolis 500, continues to put some numbers down. Alex off to another phenomenal start in the NTT IndyCar Series in 2026. Has seen the top step of the podium already thrice this season. St. Pete to open the year, and again the last 2 consecutive races at Barber Motorsports Park and the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach. 3 for 5 is a pretty good batting average.
Caught up in that incident in Phoenix, or potentially could have been in the front at that one as well.
Yeah. So Palou going to head back in after running a total of 43 laps on the day so far. That is third most. Dennis Hauger's run 46, Felix Rosenqvist 45, and Palou 43. The least laps run of cars who've actually been on the race course would be Takuma Sato with 8 and Scott McLaughlin with 12. Kyle Kirkwood has the third fewest laps run, though he's working on changing that now, as we see his 27 machine out under the Jupiter, Florida driver for Andretti Global. 5th 500 for Kyle Kirkwood in his 5th season in the NTT IndyCar Series. Kyle took the checkers last year, 6th in line on the racetrack. Caught up in the post-race technical inspection issue that made some headlines. Didn't end up getting to keep that finish, but crossed the line P6. And is looking to see if he can maybe reclaim the lead in the NTT IndyCar Series championship standings, falling 17 points behind Alex Palou after Palou has won the last 2 consecutive rounds of this year. Best lap for Kirkwood is a 2:20.4, and he has the 9th best no-toe lap of this day at a 2:18 flat. Stingray Rob headed to the race course. Christian Lundgaard is also on the racetrack. And Elio Castroneves is headed for the pit exit also. Here's Christian Lundgaard, 17th completed lap of the day for driver of car 7. The position where Christian finished in the 500 a year ago. And right now his best lap of the day is a 2:21 flat. That puts him back 19th in line of the overall speeds.
And running by himself, so we'll get a good idea of at least where he is as far as no toe goes.
I know we won't. Elio Castroneves.
Yes, that's right. They just saw that. Saw him coming out of 4. I thought, well, maybe get a good idea. And well, Elio's right there.
Yep.
But for Christian that time, a 2:19.3 for Castroneves. Just coming out and getting up to speed. And Christian will not entertain running any longer. He will come back down to the attention of that Arrow McLaren crew.
What's everybody working on? Do they want to be out there by themselves? Do they want to be in traffic? They make it a 4-lap run. They make it a 10-lap run. All of the above are options. 10 minutes to go in our first session of this day. Stingray Rob back on the racetrack. After very limited running yesterday, Rob has put in 30 laps already today. Fourth Indianapolis 500-mile race for the native of a very small town in western Idaho on the Oregon border.
One of only 2 drivers born in the state of Idaho to start the Indianapolis 500, the other being Davey Hamilton, who will be on the pit box for Jack Harvey this year again for Brian Reinbold.
Looks like a short run here for Stingray, and he heads back in. That's Alexander Rossi coming at you with Elio Castroneves behind him. Back straight away. It looks like Castroneves is rolling out of it and heading back to the pit lane also. What it would mean to Alexander Rossi to win the 500 for a second time. Lots happened in the life and career since that first win in his rookie season here. On a day when it's not about having the fastest car, it's about the one to get to the finish fastest. And Rossi driving for the Andretti team. And Brian Herra engineered a strategy to make him the one to complete those 500 miles the fastest. And in his first try at the Indianapolis 500, scored the win. Alex has finished 7th or better in 7 of his first 10 500s. At first, 7th, 4th, 2nd. A couple of off finishes of 27th, 29th, and 5, 5, 4. Before having a problem last year and finishing in 28th spot.
Just 2 years ago, I think he had the car to win that race, but was short on fuel and had to go into save mode. One of those moments where what could have, what should have, it sometimes doesn't play into your favor, but certainly good each and every time he puts on a helmet here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
It'll be his second try in the 500 for ECR. A year ago, in his first go with that team, he qualified 12th and led 14 laps in the race, but then just before the now he led 14 laps before the 200-mile mark, right? And then this just before the 200-mile mark. Had a mechanical problem, gearbox issue, And when he brought the car to a stop on the pit lane, that issue revealed itself in a big way. And the frustration at having what he thought was a good car and having his race come up shy. Very visible for Rossi. Let's see, today he has put in 23 laps, 2:19.6. But more importantly, that 2:19.6 is the third best no-toe speed of the day for the California native.
I was curious how he was doing out there, and you just confirmed my suspicions. P3 as he crosses the yard of bricks. And it sounds like we have some people potentially filing into that back straightaway. We will find out momentarily, but that time through for Alexander Rossi, 2:19.5, so just a tenth slower.
He comes down to the inside of the course behind Marcus Armstrong and Alex Palou, who are coming off the pit lane, and Rossi will be done. Was that a 4-lap run? Maybe a little quali sim there. Unsure from here for Rossi. But here come Armstrong and Palou back out to work with 5 minutes to go in this opening session of day 2.
Kiwi and a Spaniard makes their way into turn number 1. Alex Palou, best lap at 2:23.1 he did earlier. Armstrong takes over 2:21.4.
Alex Palou is about to go to the top of the board as having run the most laps on this day 2 so far. We're used to seeing Palou's number at the top of the board, so why not add another category to it, you know?
At this point, you expect it.
You know? That is a 2:14.4 for Armstrong, and for Palou a 2:16.8. That white car backdrop, Jacob Abel, as you look at Katherine Leg and her team beginning to get ready to go make that 15-lap run between 210 and 215 miles per hour. The white car, Jacob Abel, at the tail end of this line. I just noticed, and it just happened a lap or so ago, Jacob Abel has jumped up into 7th on the overall speed chart, picking up some draft from this group. His 32nd of his 34 laps that he's run today puts that plain white number 51 car in P7 at a 2:23.8 for Jacob Abel. So how far back does the draft help you? Well, there you go.
What's the old adage? If you can see a car in front of you, you're getting some help. That's impressive, though.
But yeah, again, for a team that the entry came together late, they worked 12, 14-hour days for a week and a half straight to get this car prepared to be here, making important laps. And, you know, it's the process of the month of May is a long one, but leaving here with A, data, and B, that good feeling. Hey, we busted our butts to make this happen, and look what we got for it. You know, we're doing some good here. Brings you back here in a week, well, 2 weeks from now for the Oval crowd, with just a lot of positive vibe.
Especially with the disappointment of last year not making the race, to come back and to feel like you've achieved something, you've accomplished something here on this second day of the Indy 500 Open test. That's a good sign for Abel. That time through 2:18 flat. A couple of minutes remaining, and we will see Katherine Leg begin the completion of the second phase of her refresher.
Elio Castroneves running about a half a lap separated from this small group doing work together. Palou and Armstrong, and Abel behind them. Castroneves running a 2:19.1 by himself. And that's the not bad for the no-toe laps.
It's second quick right now, 220.8. So not needing much to at least match what he was able to do.
Well, even that 219.1 would be the 5th best no-toe lap for Katherine Leg, 6th best. So it's pretty sporty for Mr. Four-time. Minute away from the conclusion of this opening session of day 2. So just some numbers. You mentioned Jack Harvey and a 221.11. That a Chevrolet powered car. Folks with Chevrolet's IndyCar program media relations letting me know that lap, the no-toe lap, is better than last year's quickest during the test session that Felix Rosenqvist set. So the pace a little bit faster for Jack Harvey than it was a year ago. And a good look at Jacob Abel again, the young 25-year-old from Louisville, Kentucky, looking to be in the Indianapolis 500 for a very first time. And he'll duck down because the checkered flag is out, and our session is over for part one of day 2 of the 2026 Indianapolis 500 Open Test. So incident-free, just a couple of cautions for track inspection and or debris. And we get through the day with our top 10 being led by a first-timer. Yes, lap turned in the draft, but still, rookie Kyle Collette has the top lap of the morning session of day number 2 at 226.381 miles an hour. Two-time Indy 500 winner Joseph Newgarden second. Connor Daly, David Malukas, Takuma Sato round out those 5 fastest laps. And then you've got Rosenqvist, Abel, Ferrucci, Hauger, and Will Power. So 3 rookies among the 10 fastest laps of this Wednesday morning test session. Morning into afternoon. Felix Rosenqvist, 6th on that list, Georgia.
Yes, he sure is, and we have Felix Rosenqvist down here on the set with us. Welcome. Let's just talk about these past day and a half. I want to say 2 days, but really just day and a half. How's it been for you?
It's been good, solid. Kind of got through everything we wanted. Say, without unveiling any details, we've been a bit more experimental this year. Is trying some no wild stuff, but just try to really take advantage of the fact that we're here in April, and yeah, it's been good so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Big news, you are expecting to be a girl dad during the month of May. So first and foremost, how is Emil?
She's great, yeah. She's super healthy. She went to the OB yesterday, I think it was. And yeah, everything looks good. All the numbers checks out. So yeah, 14th of May is the D-Day.
Yes, so if I'm not mistaken, the 14th of May is, there's some on-track action that day. So if all things go according to plan, what is the plan?
I don't know. I feel like we just kind of have to take it as it comes a little bit. Obviously, everyone's aware in the team, and they're like, I feel like they all understand. Actually, I kind of approach it like, oh, I don't want to miss anything. Obviously, I'm a professional athlete, so I have to execute my work, but I mean, they've been pretty open with it. Like, hey, if we can, maybe cut our running short, an hour one day and then run a little more next day. Like, we'll keep our minds open. So it's been received better than I thought. Obviously, I haven't done this before, so it's all kind of new to me. You learn stuff every day, but yeah, so far so good. I just have a feeling it will all work out great.
Absolutely, and what a fantastic thing that it is. Congratulations making it this far, and to Emil too. So very cool things there. Another very cool thing is the partnerships that you have with SiriusXM all year long, last year as well, having different channels on the sides of your cars, and all the fun things that come along with that. How much fun is that? Just making the videos and maybe learning some of the songs and stuff that you weren't aware of before, but are you like a fan of any of the artists that maybe you weren't before?
Yes, actually. Grateful Dead that we had last year, I think that was...
Such a cool car, by the way.
From pure visual standpoint, I think that was the best looking car we had. I heard some songs, but I started listening to them leading up to the weekend, and they definitely stayed around in my playlist. So that's good. No, it's honestly it's amazing what we're able to do with Sirius XM. I feel like I'm so lucky to actually represent music. I mean, I'm a big music guy myself, like most people. I mean, music is a big part of our lives, and it's cool to be able to have something like that on your car and meet some of the artists. And honestly, they're like Creed. They were here last year. That was such a, they say never meet your heroes, but I've always loved Creed, and they came here. They stayed here for like a week.
Oh,
they
that's
brought
awesome.
their families and hanged out in the garage, and just super chill. But they were super humble, and yeah, that's something you definitely remember. These normal people like all of us, and yeah, that's the way it should be.
And news to come on who might be on the side of your car for the 500 for the month of May. So Felix, thank you so much for joining us here on the set. Katherine Leg now set to take the track for the next hour. So I'm going to set it back up to Alan and Michael.
Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, Felix. And nothing but best wishes for the upcoming events in the month of May, all of them.
That's exciting.
So yes, here is Katherine Leg back at the Indianapolis 500 for the first time since 2024. This opportunity that came together between HMD Motorsports in partnership with AJ Foyt Racing. Katherine, the native of Guildford, England, looking to be in her 5th Indianapolis 500-mile race. And so the rookie orientation program, if you're new to the Indianapolis 500, is a 3-step process. If you're a veteran driver, even if you've raced here before, but you haven't been in an IndyCar regularly, or you haven't raced in a while here, in this case for Katherine, here since 2024, you're required to complete the 2nd and 3rd phases of that rookie orientation program. They call it the Veterans Refresher. So the program for Katherine in this next hour is to complete 15 laps between 210 and 215 miles per hour. That's phase 2 of the rookie program. It's the first of 2 phases in the veteran program. Once you clear that phase, the next phase is to complete 15 laps at 215 plus or better. But you can do that as part of the All Cars session later today. So the entire goal for these next 56 minutes and change for Katherine is those 15 laps between 210 and 215. And a reminder, you don't have to do them consecutively, all, back to back to back to back. So right now, a little shakedown run on this car. Remember, it's the first time it's seeing the track besides an install lap of earlier today. And there'll be a great deal of support from everybody here for Katherine to successfully knock this out today and be able to jump in to the all-skate practice for the remainder of our Indy 500 Open Test.
Of course, HMD, one of the stalwarts in the Indy Next by Firestone. Last year fielded more than half of the field, and with Henry Malukas, of course, David's father, heading up that project, they have certainly contributed a lot to that feeder series into the NTT INDYCAR Series and teaming up with AJ Foyt Racing. Saw Andy O'Gara down there. He'll be heading up the efforts for Katherine. Of course, husband of Sarah Fisher. So great to see Andy back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Of course, the O'Gara name legendary up and down pit lane. So we welcome Andy back and welcome Katherine back after a year hiatus.
Katherine been off running some NASCAR events time to time. She's spent some time in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship also in the last handful of years. But really always harbors the dream of competing in the Indianapolis 500, and was able to put together the opportunity with HMD and AJ Foyt Racing and the sponsor ELF Cosmetics, which stands for Eyes, Lips, and Face, by the way. So Katherine out there doing what she's doing and looking to get this car going and make her first laps at Indianapolis since 2024. just imagine the challenge of getting behind the wheel, getting the feel for the car, getting the feel for this Indianapolis Speedway again for Katherine. So approaching it sensibly to build up the speed each lap progressively faster than the one before. Literally each lap faster than the one before, and that'll continue to be the trend, no doubt, as Katherine brings that muscle memory back for being behind the wheel of one of these machines here at the Speedway. All right, so Katherine going to shut her down there. Those were literally 11 laps, with each lap faster than the one before, to get a feel for the car and the Speedway for the first time since 2024. Continually progressing forward and forward and forward in the speed. And so now a little chance to regroup with the race team and think about the car a little bit and get a chance to get back out there and try and knock out those 15 laps between 2:10 and 2:15. So this, the veteran refresher part of the program dedicated to Katherine Leg, the 33rd entrant into this year's Indianapolis 500-mile race. And coming up about 50 minutes from now, the track will be open to all cars to resume this day 2 of Indy 500 open testing.
that small.
As we see the HMD AJ Foyt crew working on Katherine Leg's machine, we have a yellow out for a track inspection. Katherine has 1 hour to complete this second phase of the refresher course, but the track currently under caution for a track inspection.
of smoke, not all that unusual at firing up of the car as Katherine Leg heads back to the Speedway, the race course green once again. A reminder, if you're just joining us, we are in the Veterans Refresher section of the program for Katherine Leg to try and run 15 laps of the race course, and those 15 to be between the 210 and 215 mile per hour mark. If that is completed before the end of those 32 minutes you see remaining on the clock, Katherine will be eligible to join all the other cars in the remainder of our afternoon test session and complete the next phase of the veteran refresher during that time on the track. So needing to get 15 laps between 210 and 215. They don't have to be consecutive laps. Katherine's first shakedown run on the track, each lap was faster than the one before, right up to the 11th one that she ran at that time. And so back out after a little work and attention from the HMD Motorsports and AJ Foyt racing team. So Katherine Leg looking to put together 15 laps between now and the next 31 minutes between 210 and 215 miles an hour in phase 2 of the Veteran Refresher program. right, so Katherine Leg going to head back to the pit lane and the attention of the crew. That is about halfway through the Phase 2 orientation of 15 laps that needed to be complete. Again, they don't have to be done consecutively, so another 8 laps between 2:10 and 2:15 due from Katherine and company in the final 23 minutes of this segment of our Day 2 test. So about halfway through Phase 2 for Katherine Leg as she comes back to the attention of her team. Katherine Leg heading back out onto the race course. There are 17 minutes remaining in this session. Katherine has completed 7 of the 15 laps needed as phase 2 continues for the veteran refresher program for our 4-time Indianapolis 500 starter, Katherine Leg. So again, needs another 8 laps between 2:10 and 2:15 here in these next 16 minutes or so. Headed back out for the next run. And just a reminder about what's going on the race course right now. The refresher program is the 2nd and 3rd phases of the program that rookies must go through. 15 laps from between 2:10 and 2:15, and then 15 laps at 2:15 plus. Laps are cumulative, don't have to run them all at the same time. And as long as you complete that 2:10 to 2:15 phase, you're eligible to go out in the all cars practice. And so that's what Katherine and her team are trying to knock out here in these next 15 minutes. So need about another 7 laps in that 2:10 to 2:15 range in this next 15 minutes to knock it out and be eligible to go in the practice this afternoon. Katherine Leg has finished phase 2 of the refresher program and is now eligible to be out there in the all cars program for the rest of the afternoon. So the 15 laps, 2:10 to 2:15, all done. And Katherine Leg will be able to complete that third phase of 15 laps at 2:15 plus in this afternoon's remaining hours of the test session. So phase 2 done for Katherine Leg with 10 minutes to spare.
Nice. Perfect.
Not power the car off right now. Okay. Good.
Okay. Yeah, I want to look at. I want to look at the safety.
All right, you're all on your own. I'm going to go take a break. Just got to do her.
It seems that way. I don't know why. It's built the same. I don't understand why it would be so different, but.
Some variance.
Yeah, exactly. I think
All right, checkered flag on the session. So Katherine Leg able to complete the first of the 2 phases of the veteran refresher program needed to be done, and is now eligible to go in the all cars practice session for the remainder of the afternoon. Probably about 3 minutes or so before the green flag will wave on the all skate for the rest of the afternoon. They'll run until 5 p.m. Eastern time with all 33 drivers and cars eligible to go out onto the speedway. So that is just a few minutes away. Some of the teams moving out from through Gasoline Alley out onto the pit lane to get ready to go for the resumption of our all cars practice. But again, everybody, including Katherine, yet eligible to go out onto the racetrack for the remainder of our day 2 test. So the awaiting word from race control on when the green flag will come, but it's just a couple, 2-3 minutes away, maybe 4 or 5, while they get some business done in race control and around the circuit. But we'll have cars on the race course again very shortly for the remainder of day 2 of the Indy 500 Open Test. And the green flag is waving over the race course at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The course is now open for all cars. So the race course is open for about another hour and 5 minutes in this particular session. And we have some immediate takers onto the racetrack.
A couple of drivers we didn't see earlier today. Nolan Siegel out, Louis Foster out. They've made their way exiting turn number 2 now. 2 hours, 45 minutes in this final session, day 2 of Indy 500 Open Test. Thanks not only to everyone listening around the world or watching around the world on YouTube, but all the fans here in turn 2 enjoying this day today. Beautiful day, a little chilly, but the rain stayed away, which is a good thing. And a great opportunity for us to find a little bit of speed yet remainder of this afternoon as we get set for the month of May.
So here is Nolan Siegel on the race course for his first laps of the day, looking to be in his second Indianapolis 500-mile race. Also Louis Foster across the yard of bricks and flashing off into turn 1, talking about Siegel, the young Californian, 21 years old from Palo Alto, who a year ago qualified in 24th position and finished P13 despite being involved in a crash on the last lap of the race, which caused the race to finish under the yellow flag. But forward from start to finish for Nolan Siegel a year ago.
That happened right below my feet in turn 2, and
yes,
believe me, it caught my attention. It was a hard hit for Nolan. Thankfully, he was okay.
Yep. So yesterday, Siegel posting a no-toe speed, best time of 2:16.38. Only putting about 22 laps in no-toe mode. Ran 69 laps overall on the day. And in the draft, pulled a speed of 2:22.32, which was good for 12th yesterday afternoon. Top speed for Siegel, 2:17.74 right now, and his opening effort of this day 2. There's a look at Nolan. With a team that's had a lot of success, if not the win, in the 500-mile race the last few years. Arrow McLaren has led 106 laps and put 9 starters in the first 3 rows in the last 3 years in the 500. Auto Award, of course, in the hunt for the win each of that time. But first effort of the day for Nolan Siegel, and he's going to come back down the pit lane after running 3 laps at speed. Best of them 2:18.11. Louis Foster on the race course now, headed for turn 3. There he is. Second-year driver from England. Foster driving for Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing in their Honda-powered machine. Last year, qualified 20th, finished in 12th, was the last car on the lead lap in his first Indianapolis 500. I'm sure wasn't pleased with the result, but to finish your first Indy 500 on the lead lap and just outside the top 10, that's pretty good.
Certainly was. Looks like he's finished with checking everything.
That'd be a 4-lap quali sim, I do believe, at a 4-lap average of 2:15.08 for Louis Foster. Best lap was his 5th lap, 2:17.45. Final few hours of work of the Indy 500 Open Test for 2026, leading us to the beginning of the month of May, and a look at the schedule of what's coming up here at the Speedway.
Sanzio Grand Prix coming up next weekend. A good beginner to Mother's Day weekend. We'll start on Friday, May 8th, and that rolls right into the 9th for the Sanzio Grand Prix. You'll see Indy Next by Firestone, the USF 2000 and USF Pro 2000 series this weekend as well. Next weekend after that, our first opening week of practice for the Indianapolis 500 and the 110th running. That'll start on Tuesday the 12th and run through the 15th. Of course, that being Fast Friday, and then qualifications, including the Fast 12 happening May 16th to 17th is the day we'll see the Fast 12. PPG Armed Forces qualifying, and then we'll have the 18th, the Monday, at special practice day that we will have with the entire field of 33. Carb Day coming up on the 22nd. Legends Day then on Saturday, and then on Sunday, the greatest day of the year, the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500. Should be a fantastic race as we look forward to this time of year. Each and every year we roll around through these winter months, and although it would be a bit chilly today, it's certainly looking forward to the events that will unfold in this next month.
We could see some weather just like this.
We could.
We always do.
We could.
Track temperature 88 degrees, air temperature 63 degrees. It's good enough for somebody to be out there in short sleeves playing golf.
Not a bad shot. Looking good.
I'd probably like to be closer to the pin than that, but that's...
Well, you know, for me, Alan, just to be on the green is a win, so...
Yeah, exactly. Don't forget the Indianapolis 500-mile race, telecast once again by Fox Sports. May 24th, pre-race coverage begins at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. If you're not here with us at the Speedway, be sure to tune in and enjoy all of the coverage of the 110th running of the 500 on Fox. So Joseph Newgarden getting his car towed back out to the pit lane. The two-time champion. Will he be a 3-time winner by the time we're done on the 24th of May? Time will tell, but Team Penske going to work. Santino Ferrucci, star-spangled car number 14 for A.J. Foyt racing there, along with Caio Collet, who passed his rookie orientation program yesterday and then was atop the timesheets at the end of this morning session today with a run in the draft that was the best of the day to that point.
226 plus, good lap for Kyle using that draft coming down the back straightaway.
Young driver from Brazil, one of a few different first-year drivers in this year's Indianapolis 500-mile race. So the track open for all 33 cars right now. And the word we're getting from IndyCar Race Control is we're going to run for about another hour and 20 minutes, and then there'll be a short break. And the teams had requested the opportunity to get a little bit of work pitting under race conditions today, off of turn number 4 instead of using that safety access road inside turn number 3 like they do all during practice and qualifications in the month of May. So after at about 3:50 this afternoon, they're going to put a caution flag out on this segment of the Indy 500 Open Test and reset the pit road. The pit lane speed for practice and on qualifications day begins further away from the end of the first pit box than it does for race conditions. So they're going to reset that pit lane speed limit to what it will be in race mode. And for then until 5 p.m. and the final checkered flag in our test session, teams will be able to pit directly off turn 4 and to that pit lane speed limit like they'll be doing under race conditions in the Indianapolis 500.
We know the teams just came to this couple of days in this open test with 5 sets of tires. So if you've used up what you had, a good opportunity if you have what I was told a half set of tires to run a lap and then come in and do a little pit practice.
We have seen some people get caught for speeding on pit road, trying to get that down at the under race conditions during the race. It's very costly. So again, after 3:50, about a 10-minute break while the pit lane is reset, and then as soon as it's done, the green flag for the remainder of our scheduled time until 5 p.m. today. All getting ready for the Indianapolis 500-mile race. If it's anything like last year's, it's going to be a lot of fun.
The Indianapolis 500 is known worldwide.
It's a sellout crowd. It's going to be a heck of a show.
Yeah.
These bricks represent history, tradition, and most importantly, victory.
Drivers, start your engines!
But oh, we've got a crash.
McLaughlin is done before we've even thrown the green flag.
And the green flag flies to the 109th Indianapolis 500.
3 wide, still there.
And we got a crash at the rear of the field. Marco Andretti.
Pato Award to the outside in turn number 1.
Pato passed by Sato. Takuma Sato takes the lead.
So close. Look at the chaos getting out. 3, 4, sometimes 5 wide coming down into turn 1. Alexander Rossi.
Got super loose there. Is everything good? Pit.
And now it's on fire. Now it is on fire.
Mike's on fire. Get the water on Mike.
What on earth is going on at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
So we got a spinner. Kyle Larson.
No.
Stay low. On the bottom. There you go, my heart rate going.
It's 4 wide once again. Malukas on the inside.
Down to the bottom of the racetrack. It is Palou into the inside of Malukas.
Marcus Ericsson's got ahead of Steve.
Go hard.
Oh, and he makes the move.
Palou sneaks around Marcus Ericsson.
Alex Palou, he has won the Indianapolis 500.
Yes! Oh my God! Thank you guys.
Yeah, we coming.
Oh, yeah. And what will the 110th running of the greatest spectacle in racing bring us here on May 24th? Can't wait to find out.
Videos like that give you goosebumps. You just get excited for the month of May and, of course, race day, all the traditions of pre-race and how the race unfolds, and those final 15 laps are just edge of your seat excitement. Can't wait for it again. May 24th, the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500.
By the way, here that if you're thinking or planning of joining us in person here at the Speedway for the 500 and you have not made your ticket plans yet, don't hesitate. They're going fast and going down to the final few percentage points of available seats. So make your plans to join us here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And big hello to everybody that's joined us today in person here. So the Southeast Vista, hello. Hi, everybody. Going to have some cars on the racetrack for you shortly, I promise. A number of them lined up on pit road and getting them all cinched up and ready to be sent out to resume our test session today. I know we've seen a couple of camera shots of the folks on the viewing mounds as well, just inside that part of the race course. Yeah, you're on the big screen. Hello. Look at Louis Foster's machine getting attended to by the Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan Racing team.
Just a few takers on pit lane now, but as the rest of this afternoon progresses, we'll see, I would expect, more of this field of 33 making their way out. Looks like about a half dozen cars currently sitting on pit lane.
Kiffin Simpson's machine is there. We saw Joseph Newgarden's earlier. It's Nolan Siegel's machine up in the Arrow McLaren section of pit lane. And so again, just awaiting, the track is open, just awaiting some cars to be sent out to resume our afternoon.
Romain Grosjean getting set to go back out. Dale Coyne Racing. Romain, after a year away, spending some time with the Prema team, makes his way back to a full-time ride in 2026.
So we'll see when we get that 18 machine out onto the race course as well. Here's a look at Nolan Siegel, still buckled on board his car as we wait. The track is open on day 2 of the Indianapolis 500 Open Test. We'll see when we have some more takers here in a minute or two. Maybe Scott McLaughlin's coming out soon. What do you think, Scott? And we hear launch noises from the pit lane, and here comes Louis Foster back for his second run of the afternoon.
You know, in that slight moment, enjoying the ambient sounds of the Speedway, we have green noise, pink noise, brown noise apps. How about a Speedway app where you just hear the sound of the Speedway?
You think you'd use that to help your sleep?
No, I think it'd keep me awake all night if I did it. Yeah. The excitement and the adrenaline would get you rolling. It is a comforting sound, though, for sure.
It brings a smile. So the 22-year-old from Odium, England, son of a former British touring car championship racer, is on the race course for a second time. Louis Foster.
There's an IndyNext champion a few years ago. That's Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing.
Louis one of 7 former IndyNext champions that are entered in the 500 field of 33 this year. So if this were to be a simulated qualifying run, this would be the beginning of his 4 laps for Foster. Making me think about Fast Friday and when they get the boost turned up and get a chance to taste that extra horsepower for the very first time in qualifying mode.
Nice line out of 3. Looks good out of 4.
Last year's pole winning speed for the 4-lap average was a 2:32.79. So that'll be lap 1 for Foster at 2:18.37, which is his fast lap of the afternoon. You know, it's seems, and whatever that was, that's going to be a 2-lap run and done for Foster. There's so many different things for a driver to think about behind the wheel during one of those 4-lap, 10-mile runs. Wind direction, wind speed, the change in the car's handling as you put a little lap or two more on those tires as conditions change, the adjustments inside the car. Oh, and by the way, making sure you place the car perfectly into each of those 4 corners at 200 and, well, qualifying trim better than 230 miles an hour into the corner.
Drivers will tell you the most difficult thing to do, put a 4-lapper together here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So much pressure, so many opportunities for things to go wrong, and to have to do them right for those 10 miles, so extremely difficult.
Looking at David Malukas in his machine. Well, looking at David Malukas' machine being towed to the pit lane as Team Penske goes to work preparing that car to return to the race course. Since we saw Scott McLaughlin on his timing stand, and we see Joseph Newgarden and now David Malukas' cars, perhaps a group effort coming together here from that bunch.
One would assume.
Oh, I never assume.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Mick Schumacher making his way back out onto the track, down pit lane with the Greyhound Liverman Lanigan crew. Now Joseph ready to go, putting the gloves on. Looks like he will be hopping back in that number 2 Chevrolet for Team Penske. Pato Award, that car being towed back to pit lane.
Caio Collet taking to the speedway. Driving car number 4. Comitrans Amazona Chevrolet for AJ Foyt Enterprises. Passing his rookie orientation program quite efficiently yesterday during day 1 of the Indy 500 Open Test, and putting up some good numbers so far this weekend. Talking to Larry Foyt this morning, was quite pleased with his team's progress through the first day of our open test. Both the Santino Ferrucci and the Caio Collet groups, drivers and teams. And then turned to me as we were about to walk our separate ways, then turned to me and said, but it's testing, you just never know.
Fair enough.
You know?
Collet will become the 19th rookie to qualify, driving for AJ Foyt Racing. And the team's 3rd driver attempting to win the 500 Rookie of the Year. 2 that have done it previously, Benjamin Peterson back in 23, and how about Donnie Allison back in 1970?
Yeah, old DA. Saw Donnie not all that long ago. And always great to run across him. So here is Caio Collet, 2:18.22 that last lap by, as he makes a run for the first time in our afternoon session behind the wheel of this Chevy-powered machine. Always a pleasure to be joined by the president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the president of IndyCar, Doug Bowles. Takes longer to introduce you now. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Yeah, it's good. We got the rain out of the way, and we got some good fast racing going on, and it's always good when get to go out and interact with some of the fans that have come out today. You know, we're not technically open, but to have people on the spectator mounds and in the grandstands there in turn 2, it just sort of gets everybody excited. Just came from downtown Indianapolis, where the mayor and the governor and a bunch of other business leaders joined us to officially kick off the month of May, even though we're a couple days away here in Indianapolis to get ready. I just love how this city the community embraces this event, and it just really makes for a great place when people from around the world show up here and know that everybody in Indianapolis is excited they've come to visit us.
You know, it's one of the things that stood out to me the most about the 500, and in my travels to different races around America, is how much this community just wraps its arms around the month of May and around this speedway. It's a generational thing too.
It really is a generational thing. I mean, even being out yesterday, seeing fans, and I'm going to go out there again later, just seeing people bring their kids out, people bring, the parents come out. It is really one of those things that you just pass along, or you pass along to your friends. And you're right, this community really does embrace it. And we have been doing it since 1911, so it's 116, 117 years of showcasing this city and bringing people. I love when I drive to work and you see the flags up, and I carry these little handwritten notes that I pre-write, and then if I've got time, I'll stop in somebody's driveway, knock on their door. If they're not there, I leave a little note that says, "Hey, thanks for repping the brand and making people feel welcome in Indianapolis." And it just is such a great time to be a Hoosier.
Yeah.
You talk about family traditions, and I know you've been coming to this race for a long time.
This is my 50th Indy 500 this year, believe it or not.
I didn't even know you were 50 years old.
So. I know, yeah, 59. Yeah.
The most interesting part about that, and you look back on your lifetime and your first race, or just the life you're living and the role that you're playing now at this Speedway. Roger talks about when he first came to the Speedway. It has to be the same for you.
Every day I come here, I drive in, I think of that first. I had to be 10 in my house to come to the 500, to the race. We'd come to practice and other things. So I can still remember that day parking in the town of Speedway, walking with my dad in Gate 1 as a 10-year-old in 1977. And I think about that moment. I think about my dad. Unfortunately, my dad's still here. He actually is in the flag stand oftentimes here, still working, climbing up and down that thing at 84 years old is pretty amazing. But I think about that every day, and mostly I try and think about, if I'm a fan, what do I want to do to make the Indianapolis 500 experience better for the people that come here? Because it is the fans that make it special. People always say, well, what makes the 500 work? It's history and tradition, but it's history and tradition that the fans have really gathered around and embraced. And you see it. I mean, right there, the fans in turn 2. I mean, those are just the greatest fans in the world that decide to come out on a day like today, the fans on the mounds. And like I said, they bring their kids. Yesterday I was out there and people said, "Hey, we're playing hooky in school." I'm like, all right, let's do it. We're playing hooky. You need a note to send back to school that says all kids should be allowed to come. And that's what it is, the fans that make the Indy 500 what it is. The drivers are important, the 500 miles are important, but the 350,000 people are the foundation of what makes this race so special.
I want to tell you a true story.
Yes, sir.
About what this race means to people. Last August, I'm on a hike on the Appalachian Trail with a backpack and so on, and I'm on top of Mount Washington, the highest peak in New England, and I'm sitting, you're in a communal table, 20 people sitting there having dinner together, 20 strangers basically, and I had a wing and wheels on. And this group of 3 sitting behind me said, well, wait, you sound familiar. And I turned around and I had the wing and wheels on, and they said, "Oh, do you know Dave Calabro?" That's the first thing they said.
That's great.
Second thing they said was, we sit in Southwest Vista Road, JJ, for however many years. It was a retired police detective, a retired nurse who used to work in the Infield Medical Center here, and a retired school teacher on top of Mount Washington telling me stories about their annual trip to the Indianapolis 500.
It's amazing what the wing and wheel brand will do when you wear it, and the number of people that'll chat and talk to you about it. And I'm old school, so I like the brand when the wheel went the other way and it was a little bit more, it was a bit more old school. I'm happy with the new one. So a lot of people, that's the only one they've known, but I go back long enough that I remember that old one, and it is an amazing brand. I love to travel, and when you see people get on an airplane, they have the hat on or the shirt, I'm always thanks for wearing the brand. And most people don't know who I am, but occasionally somebody goes, "Hey, I know you." And it is like I said, it is the fans that make this. I wish Carl Fisher could come back today, right? He founds this place in 1909, and they have the Indy 500 first time in 1911. I think if he could come back today and look around and go, "Oh my gosh, it's the same layout. Look at this place, and how is it still existing 117 years later? Not just existing, but thriving." And we're going to sell this place out again for this year's Indy 500. I would guess in the next 10 days we probably end up making that announcement again. That's because the fans love this place and care so much about it. It's the greatest marketing tool in the world for the Indy 500. The fans who are so passionate about it. It's Christmas Day for so many of us, right?
Michael just kind of made that point for himself just a little bit ago. Georgia Henneberg Canterbury's with us on the broadcast as well, and she wants to chime in here. What do you got, Georgia?
Hey, Doug. It's nice to have you with us. And in the booth today, you speak of the fans and how important they are to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I actually opened my Twitter up to the fans today to ask if they had any questions they wanted to hear from drivers or teams. But I think this one definitely pertains to you. Someone wanted to know, obviously the grounds here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway are immaculate. It's beautiful. The rolling grass, the flowers, you name it. Everything is so pristine. And that has to take a lot of work. What does it take to keep the grounds here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway? And during the month of May specifically, what really amps up? What does it take to get it ready?
Well, we're fortunate. So we have about 180 full-time employees that work here at the Speedway and at the IndyCar Series. And many of those folks are the folks that take care of the facility, the grounds, the golf course, all the grass you see. And they take an awful lot of pride in making sure that it is special. And they love to see it on TV. When you look out and all you can see is the greenery and just how beautiful it is. And Roger Penske, since he bought it in 2020, has really allowed us to invest more in the greenery, right? Really making it feel that way. So that it is really the team that does that. And we have people that are specialized, understanding what flowers to plant, understanding what chemicals to put down or not put down, how to cut the grass, what machinery we need. And it's a full team here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway that makes it so special, and it's really pretty amazing. Then on race day takes 12,000 people that are working here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to make sure those 350,000 people have a great experience. And some of those people will work for us for one day, and some of those people have done it for decades. That one day they love working here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So it's really all about the people, just like everything else that goes well. It's really good people who care and want to make sure when fans come through the gates here, they have a great experience.
So let's put the other hat on for just a minute. Spectacular start to the season for the NTT IndyCar Series. The momentum behind the growth of the series. How do you feel about the way 2026 has gone and what lies ahead?
Well, I think the season started off really well. We made an adjustment from how we started in 2025. We had those 3 races in a row this year. St. Pete's always a great way to kick things off. Yeah. Getting a chance to go back to Phoenix with NASCAR, even though Phoenix in my mind is an IndyCar track, right? So getting to go back there and race in Phoenix was great, and the racing was terrific. The Arlington race, brand new race in and around the Rangers and Cowboys Stadium, was fantastic. And then Barber's been such a good one for us, and then obviously Long Beach. So those races just feel like, just the momentum as we move forward. Television audiences have been good. The numbers have been good. So it's really been a great kickoff for us. I think we have to think about purposely building that schedule that allows us to build the excitement. Last year we had too many gaps in it, and we're going to continue to try and have that really purposeful beginning season schedule in 2027 as well.
That's a process, has a long runway too.
It certainly is, and I thought what was great going back to the Long Beach race, always tinkering even with qualifying to do the single car qualifying. Such a fantastic attempt by the series to make it better and more exciting for the fans, and I think you achieved exactly what you said.
Just trying to tell that story better, right? And just how talented these drivers are. When you have 6 going at the same time, it's hard to really talk about how talented those drivers are, and that's one of the things. So we're always going to experiment, but the things that are true to IndyCar, we're going to stay true to those as well.
Team Penske headed out for a little team run as our day 2 testing action picks back up. Last question, you said you're going to sell this thing out. Folks that haven't made their plans to be here, I take it that's a hint. You better do so soon.
Yeah, you better do so soon, because otherwise the only place you can get on the secondary market, we actually have a platform to help people sell and pick up those tickets. But yeah, if you want to get those tickets, you need to pick them up. But what you're seeing right now, that's what you're going to see all day in the 500 miles. Cars running together, passing each other, unbelievable speeds. This is just such a special place, and can't wait to get back here in a week.
We'll see you at the pace car reveal tomorrow.
That's right. We got a pace car reveal tomorrow. We got a pretty cool pace car driver with Coach Kurt Signetti, so excited about that, and gonna get that pace car out here tomorrow and get it going. And a lot of good announcements still to come as we lead into the 110th running of the Indy 500 presented by Cambridge.
Doug, thanks for the time.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for being here. And all of you fans that are here, thanks. And all of you that watch us on the stream. This is one of those important things that we feel like we got to do. This is such a big event, and this is really kind of the kickoff to May. And I hear from a lot of people about how important it is to sit in your office and have it on in the background. And it really is. It really is the fans that make this sport so great. So thanks for tuning in to these guys, and we'll look forward to good month of May here coming up soon.
Yes, we will. Doug Bowles, president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and of IndyCar, joining us for day 2 of the Indy 500 Open Test. Let's check downstairs again quickly with Georgia.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. We're going to catch a word with Christian Lundgaard right before he gets in. I actually think that we're taking up some of his time before he gets in this race car. There's just a couple hours left of this Open Test. What's the goal for the last 2 hours?
I think we're gonna go out and try some things that we just changed, and then hopefully join the pack at the end of the day. I don't really know where people are on tires, so it's a little difficult at this point. I think we've been in a very good spot since yesterday. Kind of just cracked at it, never really took a wrong turn, so it's been pretty positive.
Thanks, Christian. We'll let you get in.
Thank Christian for his time, and Georgia as well for the update as we watch 2/3 of Team Penske make some laps together. Scott McLaughlin chasing David Malukas. Joseph Newgarden went out for a quick couple of trips around, but was back down the pit lane.
Good point there by Christian. We're going to try some things and then plan on a big pack run at the end of the day. So Arrow McLaren attempting a little tweak on the number 7 at least. We'll see if that or how that affects Christian's run here momentarily as he's getting ready to hop back in. Again, thank him for his time with Georgia moments ago.
And, you know, Michael, it's one of those things I have to keep repeating to myself over and over again is it's testing.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. They don't know, you know, what part of what program everybody's on, where they're at on tires, where they're at on fuel, what they're trying, what they're not, you know. We don't know. But it's still fun to watch the race cars go around the racetrack and say, ooh, what does that mean? Who's fast?
Right.
Does one brand or the other have a little advantage? Is, you know, what's it going to mean?
And speaking of fast, Siegel quick right now, 221 flat. And McLaughlin, Collette, Foster, and Simpson the top 5.
So got 5, 6, 7, 8 cars on the speedway for the moment. Malukas across the yard of bricks. Siegel chasing him. Then Scott Dixon. Ramon Grosjean next in line. See Kiffin Simpson there at the end of that group. And then maybe half a straightaway or so. Back to Pato O'Ward, who's back out on the race course once again.
Dixon just popped to P2. Good lap for him, 220.2.
So drop back here and pick up Pato. Looking to be in his 7th Indianapolis 500-mile race. And the words as he comes back down the pit lane after what looked like maybe just a little install check on the 5 machine of 3 laps or so. Or he didn't like whatever that last change was, one of the two. When I just look at Pato, and I just think literally, and I wrote it in capital letters in my notes, so close.
And it means so much to him. The post-race interviews, and you just tell how, you can tell how gutted he is at just how close it is. And you never know how many opportunities you're going to get to run one of these 500-mile races and to know you were that close and that close to tasting that milk and just that far off. This is one of those races where finishing 2nd and 3rd mean nothing. You want to win this race, and that's the only thing that matters in Indy.
Yeah. Yeah, there's only one step on the podium here.
Yes.
The victory podium. So Ramon Grosjean down the main straightaway chasing Takuma Sato. I think the last time Ramon was with us, which was not last year but the year before, he achieved an important milestone here because in his first 2 Indianapolis 500-mile races, his race ended well short of the final distance in turn 2 in a crash. But the last time he was with us in 2024, he ran all 200 laps the last time out. And drivers will tell you there's so many things that change in this race, in those late stages, that until you experience it, the intensity, the conditions change, so on, until you race through it, you don't really understand what it means. Well, he understands that now, and here he is back at the Speedway again for Dale Coyne Racing. And looking to see what he can do in his 4th try at the 500.
That's such a great point. You run half of this race, you get to that 100-lap marker, and if something happens or you're out of the race, to complete that other half is another huge, momentous feat to get that accomplished. And for Ramon, big step just 2 years ago.
And just ahead of him, our 2-time winner, Takuma Sato. Back again this year for Ray Hollitter and Lanigan Racing to be in his 17th Indianapolis 500. A year ago, his best ever qualifying for the 500 when he started in the middle of the front row. And of course, when he won the race in 2020, that was his only other front row start in the Indianapolis 500. He started on the outside of row 1 that year. Japan, one of 3 countries to be represented in every Indianapolis 500 since 2002. Of course, the United States and Brazil. And Taku really had terrific effort in the 500 a year ago. Qualified in the front row, as I said, finished P9. He led the most laps. He pitted under caution from the lead, just shy of the halfway mark, and slid through his box. He went from the lead to 17th on that pit stop and only managed to get back to 9th. Caution flag is out for debris on the racetrack. Oh, it's not debris. It's an animal that had gotten onto the racetrack. Report is it was a fox.
Fox on the run.
And I believe it's departed the racetrack already.
Well, even the fox wants to get a close-up view of what's happening out here after being in his little den for a while. And it's, what's all this noise? I got to come out and check things out.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's exciting to watch.
Certainly. Right up on the track, even more exciting.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so that's the reason for the yellow flag, slowing us down with 2 hours to go in our scheduled test time today. And again, a reminder, the plan for today is to run for about another 50 minutes, then to put the caution flag out, switch the pit lane speed over to race mode positions, so teams can pit for that final hour-ish of practice directly off turn 4, like they will on race day during the Indianapolis 500-mile race. So while Christian Lundgaard and the other drivers wait in their cars on pit lane for the track to be cleared and us to go back under the green flag, a reminder about our month of May activities as we get things underway with the Sancio Grand Prix May 8th and 9th. That's a week from Friday, and it is a full day. I think the first on-track green flag's like at 8 a.m. that day, and we run till about 7 o'clock that night. We'll have Indy Next by Firestone, the USF Pro Series, the USF Pro 2000s, and those series you see, those sessions you see listed on the screen, those are the NTT INDYCAR Series sessions. So if you come out on Friday, you get FP1, FP2, and qualifications all on Friday. It's a challenging day for the teams of the NTT INDYCAR Series, but that's how it's going to go. And then, of course, Saturday, the Sancio Grand Prix, the first racing event of the month of May. Okay, so full disclosure here. Watch slowly, top of the screen. There you are. That's the reason.
He was hauling the mail.
For our yellow flag. Fox on the run, indeed.
Yes. Did a quick 180 off the wall. They're checking to make sure he didn't go into the safer barrier. Looked like he may have got up to the wall and got out of the way of Taku and then turned around and headed back home. The other foxes in the den are daring him to go out. I dare you to run across that track.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, stick around long enough, you'll see about anything.
Yeah, it's true.
Yesterday it was bird problems a couple times. But today, again, the AMR safety team just making sure that everything is all clear over there in turn 1 for these race cars to come back through cooking at speed. So we should be able to resume shortly. And again, we'll plan to run till about 50 minutes past the hour, and then the stop to reset the pit road, and we'll finish up. Check this out again. I mean, really, how often do you see this? Come on. Top of the screen. Hey, I want out of here.
Yeah, I think he just went up, did a quick 180.
Oh, boy.
That's the fastest fox we'll see on the track today.
I'm glad that turned out well for both Taku and the fox. What do we got here? What do we got? Looking for it, looking for it. Spotter had to go running off to the left to see where it landed. That's probably not a good thing.
No, I think is that hole 10 maybe?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
It looked like 10.
Yeah, the last one of the 4 that are inside the race course.
A little water left, so you're right. That spotter was probably spotting to make sure that ball didn't go into the water.
No, 10 is the one that runs along the backstretch road.
Right.
So, yeah, the
right.
road and the concession stand are off to the left there.
That would have been worse.
Off to the right is okay if it's not too far off to the right at the Brickyard crossing.
I was thinking of hole 8. You're correct.
Yeah. Pato O'Ward. All right. All right, green flag is out again. And the course is open one more time to resume our afternoon test session.
All right, Katherine Leg going to attempt to finish out phase 3 of the refresher.
Joseph Newgarden heading out. And again, a reminder that Katherine, at some point, needs to put 15 laps together, or 215 miles an hour or better. And that'll knock out the third and final phase of the Veterans Refresher Program. If she can knock that out this afternoon, I'm sure that'd be a relief for her and the team for when we come back to begin our Indianapolis 500 practice on May the 12th. They don't have to be cumulative, so that'll be all wrapped into the test plan for this HMD Motorsports with AJ Foyt Racing combined entry here for Katherine Leg.
HMD, of course, working with AJ Foyt Racing and Indy Next by Firestone, so an obvious companionship for the two organizations to field Katherine in the 110th running of the 500. Just quickly glanced at our no-toes. Santino Ferrucci quick right now. 221. A little above that was Jack Harvey earlier, and Santino at 219.1. His teammate Kyle Collette at a 218. Louis Foster, Pato, and Nolan Siegel. A limited number of cars have been out, but closing in on at least top 5 from earlier today is Santino Ferrucci.
Yeah, the afternoon's been a little slow to get rolling, but I expect it to be a pretty busy happy hour for sure. And in fact, a number of cars headed out onto the race course now. See Christian Lundgaard headed out. Joseph Newgarden on the speedway. Pato O'Ward is out there. And Katherine Leg. Is that Mick Schumacher headed down the pit lane toward the racetrack. Well, Georgie interviewed Christian Lundgaard before he climbed aboard this number 7 machine in Papyrus for Arrow McLaren. So Christian told us they were going out to try something or some things, and we'd probably see him as part of a group run later in the day. Christian's season so far has best finish of P2 at Barber Motorsports Park. He's 5th in the NTT IndyCar Series Championship coming into the 500. And looking to see if he can best his previous best at the Speedway, which was last year when he qualified 8th and finished in 7th position. Of course, I always think of Christian Lundgaard when it comes to the Sancio Grand Prix. Right from the first moment he came here, he seems to just have a feel for the Speedway road course.
He's so good on the road and street courses, and to see him do as well as he did last year here in the 500. And being with this team, I think with Pato and Nolan, but obviously having Ryan Hunter-Reay with them this year, I think that will help Christian even more to prepare himself for this 110th running.
Yeah, think about the experience. You got 2 Indianapolis 500 winners. Your team leader Tony Kanaan, and then Ryan Hunter-Reay, who since he signed on to do this Indy 500 program for Arrow McLaren, has taken on an increasing role in mentoring some of these other drivers in the ways of Indianapolis and in the ways of IndyCar racing in general. As Lundgaard rolls out of it, and Takuma Sato goes by him.
Yeah, the thing and/or things they were trying were good for a couple of laps. They will reassess, and we'll see what happens to Lundgaard momentarily.
Katherine Leg is knocking out those laps at 2:15 plus that needs to happen. Last lap was a 2:17.26. It's just kind of like earlier when she first went onto the speedway, where each lap is exceedingly faster than the one before. That one a 2:17 flat. Think of the challenge of coming here to Indianapolis as a one-off. You're not running these cars every week. You're not running the entire series. Everything is focused on this one race, and this one race is such a challenge, all on its own.
And to be a driver like Jack Harvey, Connor Daly, Katherine Leg for this instance, Ryan Hunter-Reay, we just spoke of him. It's such Takuma Sato. And how good these drivers are to just hop back in and almost instantly feel comfortable and back up to speed. But the preparation that these teams put in to make those cars good enough for those drivers to get comfortable right away. It's so fantastic coming into a month like this, not only knowing the preparations that the regular seasons, the regular teams have to prepare for the month of May and the advantage that they may have, but for these other teams and the one-offs to come in and become successful and to vie for a possibility to not only get in the Fast 12, but to maybe get into that front row is truly amazing.
So that is 6 laps at 2:15 or better in this run for Katherine Leg, as she continues to work up to that 15 count to mark that box off the list of things to do on her return to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Ed Carpenter has just rolled off the pit lane and onto the race course. Here is Ed across the yard of bricks. Speaking of Indy-only drivers, of course, Ed, one of the owners of ECR, and on the timing stand, helping calling race strategy for much of the season for this year for Alexander Rossi. But now jumping back behind the wheel to make his effort again to win this most precious of prizes to he and his family, the Indianapolis 500. And while we watch Ed, Georgia Hannaberry has a special guest.
Thanks, Alan. I sure do. I'm down here with someone who knows how to go fast around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's 2012 pole sitter Ryan Briscoe, and he's also been helping Mick Schumacher as a driver coach. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway has to be a big feat for a driver, so I'm curious to know what kind of advice you've been putting in Mick's ear, maybe even yesterday before his rookie orientation.
Yeah, just, talking about all the things, traffic, getting up to speed. He's doing a great job. We've been going through a lot of setup changes. He's given awesome feedback, so things are really going well. I think this afternoon we're going to start working on getting him in a little bit more traffic, getting used to that. But so far it's just been really smooth. He's had really good speed out there, and so far really comfortable. So just step by step. I've been around the track watching a little bit. Anything I see, just give a few pointers, but so far, really strong.
Things have to happen just so fast inside a race car, especially here at IMS, where you're going through the list, you're kind of checking those boxes. How do you really get up to speed, because it all happens so fast?
Well, you try not to let it happen so fast, and it really doesn't. You build up. I think the rookie ROP system works really well. I mean, it forces rookies to just take their time and do a lot of laps at a slightly slower speed and get comfortable that way. But, he's used to going fast. And this is just a bit of a new technique. It's low downforce, it's high speeds. But he's got great teammates, with a lot of experience on the team. So really feeding off, Graham, Louis, Takuma, and myself. So, he's got a lot of great feedback and a lot of good data to look at, between sessions. And he's just like a sponge, eating it all up. We got Andy Brown as race engineer this month, and I worked with him a few years ago. So happy to have him on board with his experience too. So really good team here, and we're just looking forward to continued progress.
Really appreciate the time. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Thank Ryan Briscoe. Always good to see Ryan out at the race course. And yeah, a regular fixture last year with the Prema team and this year with Mick Schumacher and the RLL racing team. A few more takers now. 4, 8, 9 cars on the race course. Headed off of turn number 4 by Santino Ferrucci at the head of the line as David Malukas goes by him. Got Malukas, Ferrucci, Newgarden, McLaughlin, I believe Kyle Collette's in that mix, and others joining off the pit lane.
Looks like that's Felix Rosenquist starting to blend in.
Graham Rahal coming out there. You've got Nolan Siegel. Romain Grosjean jumps in at the head of that line. The art of the blend. And look at this. That's what we've come to see. Come on.
Just chaos. Love it.
Lucas dropping back in traffic and getting just in front of Joseph Newgarden. See what these Team Penske cars can do together. Just behind Newgarden looks like Christian Rasmussen for ECR.
1 hour 45 minutes to go in this session, the final session of the Indy 500 Open Test. Things will become very busy. Ferrucci pops out, and McLaughlin will follow him to get around Romain Grosjean. There's Katherine Leg. Getting close. That time by a 205-mile-an-hour lap. She's run 15 laps, but there have been several below that mark of 215 miles an hour that she needs to hit. That time by for Katherine, 214.8. Just a tick shy of what she needs to run.
Back to the pack. Alexander Rossi in the draft has jumped up to P2 on the scoreboard overall. 221.30. Rossi running second in line here behind Santino Ferrucci. Who else? Ferrucci just ran his fast lap of the afternoon, a 2:19.36. Christian Rasmussen, his fast lap of the afternoon, 2:19.22, all in this line of cars. Whole pile of Chevrolet-powered machines working together here, down into turn 1.
There's Scott McLaughlin. He will funnel out to the tail end, probably meet up with his teammate Joseph Newgarden as he begins that blend in.
And a new fast lap of the day in that draft. David Malukas, top of the board. 2:23.285. So Malukas in the tow, showing some speed for Team Penske.
I believe he's right behind Santino Ferrucci.
He is, yes.
Yep. So about a 5-car length deficit for Malukas. We'll see how he does this time through.
So of these 8 cars in line, 6 of them are Chevrolet powered, 2 of them are Honda powered.
And for Malukas, 2:22.3 that time by. 2:23.2 was his quick.
Got Pato O'Ward and Christian Lundgaard coming off the pit lane as well, back there joining the tail end of the line. Half a lap away, Mick Schumacher continues to work by himself. You heard Ryan Briscoe talk about what the plan was for Schumacher a minute ago. Here comes Malukas around Ferrucci. Ed Carpenter jumps up on the leaderboard. And Scott McLaughlin in that draft as well. Jumps up to P2. Malukas, McLaughlin, Rossi, Carpenter, Rahal. Graham Rahal just posted a good speed in this line of cars. 2:21.16 for Rahal. It's good for 5th on the rundown at the moment.
Didn't take Scott McLaughlin long to get up to speed. I think that was his second lap out after joining the field, and at the very tail end of that has turned 11 laps today. 2:20 that time by.
That ducked down to the inside by Malukas, the turn signal, if you will. Heads to the pit lane along with a couple of others. There's Newgarden with a late move into turn 3 on a slower car.
Rossi, he'll peel off, so to Santino Ferrucci.
So Rasmussen, Newgarden, Collette, O'Ward, and Siegel, and a new number at the top of the board.
Joseph Newgarden, what a quick lap, 2:25.617. And there you see Joseph. Working around the inside of the 21 machine.
And as often happens, you come off the pit lane at the tail end of a long draft of cars, get it rolling, and your number moves way up on the scoreboard. Pato O'Ward to P2. O'Ward up to P2 as Rossi goes pushing by. Newgarden at the head of the line, but O'Ward now 2:24.5. And up to second on the scoreboard. Christian Lundgaard, same story, just off the pit lane toward the end of the line. A good run on the draft has Lundgaard up now to P5.
So Lundgaard will peel off. That'll allow Collette now to try to catch up to Christian Rasmussen. Watching Nolan Siegel exit turn number 4.
Yeah, that has the potential to maybe be a good lap there with the gap he's got back in the draft.
Pato tucks around. Lundgaard, P5, 2:18 that time by. Things got awful busy in a hurry. Kyle Collette, Pato O'Ward, Christian Rasmussen.
My reaction to your statement, things got awful busy in a hurry. It's about time.
Yes.
This is what we love.
To your point.
You know?
Yep. There's Jack Harvey. We'll see what he can do here in the latter part of this session.
Got a lot of black and green cars in the field this year's 500.
We see Harvey and Lundgaard working together. There's that Kyle Collette, Pato O'Ward duo, and then Jack Harvey, Christian Lundgaard. Quickest no-toe lap earlier today, 2:21 plus. It'll be extremely difficult to find a good no-toe lap the latter portion of this day, as many cars as we'll have on the track.
Yeah, gonna have to work hard at that. Louis Foster timing it up with the run off the pit lane to try and get involved in this mix. You saw them flash by him on the outside. And the rookie Collette right there.
Now we know Pato's good passing in turn 1. If he can get that turn 3 down, he'll be all right.
You think he'll figure this out? He's got it figured out.
Yes, indeed.
Let's see what we got here. We've got one car that's run a 15-lap run in this session, and that's Katherine Leg, working on final phase of her refresher program. Got most laps run in the afternoon. Combination of Kyle Collette and Nolan Siegel, who both put 21 laps on the circuit. Fewest laps run of those who've been out, Jack Harvey, who's at 3 and counting. And of course, we've only seen 22 of 33 on the circuit in this afternoon test session. I don't know if there's anybody here who's probably having more fun than Kyle Collette.
Oh, as I said earlier, he got out of the car and he goes, that was a blast. He's having a great time out there.
24 years old, from Sao Paulo, Brazil. And son of a racer, Dad Carlo, rally racer in Brazil. Championship runner-up last season in the Indy Next by Firestone Series. 3 wins. Was the Rookie of the year before in Indy Next by Firestone with a victory. Takuma Sato back on the course. Out ahead of this group. There's Takuma. Who was that just jumped out of the back of the line? Was that Will Power? Yes, Will Power also has gone out onto the racetrack. I think it was Will Power. Again, we got a lot of green and black race cars this year. Let me double check. Yeah, there he is. All right, Will's out there.
See the tail end of that?
Yes. Yeah.
We have our eyes on Sato exiting turn number 2. And for Takuma, his best lap, a 2:18.6 in this session. Last time by 2:15, but he's running by himself.
Sorry, Michael, that's Will, tail end of this line. Alexander Rossi off the pit lane, jumping in just ahead of Will Power. This is the first we've seen Will Power this afternoon. And there he is, our 2018 winner in the 500, completing his first lap of the afternoon session. The 45-year-old from Australia originally, Toowoomba. I just like saying the name. Driving this year for Andretti Global for the first time in the 500. His 19th attempt at the greatest spectacle in racing, looking to become a 2-time winner.
Ferrucci coming back down pit lane. And now those 6 cars making their way down the front straightaway. Harvey will pop to the inside of Sato. So too Lundgaard. His teammate Pato Award will follow through. And then Alexander Rossi will power just about 6 to 10 car lengths. Getting on to the rear attenuator of that Rossi machine. There goes Ferrucci.
Yep, jumping up ahead of the line here. And that's Harvey going by. We're going to skip back to Katherine Leg, who is in the process of wrapping up her veteran refresher program. Has yellow flag. Got a car in trouble. It's one of those green and black cars, and it's on fire.
I believe it's Jack Harvey.
Yes, it is.
Oof.
Crew right there with the fire bottle. That's the first significant trouble we've seen all weekend. And the Dreyer and Reinbold Racing team right there, along with some of the safety officials, and Jack quickly extricating himself from the car. Well, just a couple of hours from the end of day 2 of our Indy 500 open test, and trouble strikes. And they'll unbutton it and make sure that the situation is under control there. Another look back at what happened to Jack Harvey, head of this line here. Wow, there was the first puff, and there's the rest of it. And look at all those cars behind him.
Amazing no one else got caught up in that. Jack leading that field all the way through, able to peel off. So a nice job by Jack acknowledging the fact that he had problems and everybody else starting to the right. Well, Jack explaining, there's Davey Hamilton, explaining what happened from his vantage point.
I'm sure we'll get the chance to hear from Jack shortly. So look at this. Now, running just off the pit lane, Santino Ferrucci, Pato Award, and Christian Lundgaard. Ferrucci just off the pit lane. There's the first puff of smoke. There may be trouble ahead. And then right in front of this group. Now watch as Ferrucci slows, and Award has to keep from running him over while they're both looking to see if there's any liquid or something that's going to get them in trouble in turn 4. What a great job by all those drivers running right behind this to avoid the trouble.
Yeah, truly amazing. No one else was caught up in that. And again, a great job by Jack acknowledging that he had issues and to peel off to keep any fluids and or that smoke from impeding any of the drivers or keeping them from seeing the exit of turn number 4.
So that's the first yellow flag we've had in our near 2 days of testing for anything besides debris or wildlife. And we'll hope that there's not a whole lot of fluid down on the surface, and we'll be able to get back going in a little bit with an hour and a half remaining in our scheduled test time for this day 2 of the open test.
Well, you see the rags in there trying to clean any fluid. And we will get an update, I'm sure, momentarily. Such a successful 2 days for Jack Harvey and that Dreyer and Ryan Bold crew. But issues late in this final session with the minute, or I should say an hour and 30 minutes remaining.
All right, well, so we wait while the cleanup is ongoing and see if we can see what happened or hear more about what happened. But in the meantime, the rest of the teams regrouping for the final hour and a half of the Indy 500 Open Test at the prelude to our month of May, if you will. We'll come back when the green flag is ready to wave and when we got more to report in just a minute.
Drivers are going to sprint into the eye of a tornado.
Let's go. It's the biggest race of the year. It's the most historic.
Canot on the inside, pass in the grass.
The Indianapolis 500.
An American Summer Classic returns to Indianapolis Motor Speedway July 24th to the 26th. It's the Brickyard 400 presented by PPG, and it's celebrating 30 years of one of the most iconic traditions in all of sports. This crown jewel event includes the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series Pennzoil 250. Don't miss the stars of NASCAR as they look to seal their legend. Brickyard Weekend tickets are available now at IMS.com. Don't miss the thunderous roar and sleek vibe of IMSA sports cars at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This 3-day showcase, September 18th through the 20th, features infield camping and an open garage area. The action will be non-stop as the event returns to a sprint race format in 2026. And kids 15 and under get in free. Tickets for the TireRack.com Battle on the Bricks are on sale now at IMS.com. United, we race.
And the green flag is back out over the race course. The AMR safety team out with a look at the surface, reported that there was no liquid put down on the race course by the Jack Harvey car, that the car came in with nothing dripping out from underneath it as well, where it was parked at its pit stall. And so we're able to go back green with an hour and 27 minutes remaining in our scheduled test time on this second day of the Indy 500 Open Test.
Well, if anything, that's good news because that would have taken a minute to clean up. So that gets us back to green quickly. Bad news, of course, for Jack Harvey. And we will update you on that situation momentarily. We know Georgia Henneberry's down there to get a report for us.
All right, so some takers as the track is open. We've got Marcus Ericsson out on the race course coming off of turn number 4. And a look at our 2022 Indianapolis 500 winner as he is up to speed and around turn 1 and out of turn 2. Thought I saw Jacob Abel headed for the race course also. Indeed, I did. So the 51 car out onto the racetrack. And just an update, we were about to look at Katherine Leg completing the last required lap of her veteran refresher program when that yellow flag came out. So Katherine just one lap over 2:15 to do to knock that out of the park. And so good news for Katherine Leg and her team. How about Marcus Ericsson? Winning this race a couple of years ago, having a shot at it a couple of more times. Had, of course, the great win in 2022, so close in 2023. The fight with Joseph Newgarden.
That one-lap shootout.
In his last 4 Indianapolis 500s, he's got 2 top 2 finishes and 2 finishes in the 30s, though one of those finishes in the 30s was a result of some technical problems after the race when he actually crossed the finish line on the racetrack in P2. So it could have been 3 top 2 finishes in the last 4 years for Marcus Ericsson.
He certainly knows how to get around this 2.5-mile oval and has been very confident in this 2-day test session, our Indy 500 Open Test. He ran limited laps yesterday and was just extremely confident and happy as he got out of that car, as he will bring that car back to the attention of the Andretti Global crew.
'31 machine, Ryan Hunter-Reay. Back for his 18th 500. Our 2014 winner, who last year led the second most laps in the race. Driving for Dreyer and Reinbold Racing in that one, now here with Arrow McLaren. And looking to... Have we seen him yet in this afternoon session? No, these are his first laps.
Yep.
All right, we saw Georgia in the shot when we were looking at Jack Harvey's car and Jack talking to the team. Jack's going to talk to Georgia right now.
Yes, he is. He's out of the car. The team evaluating the 24 car. I'm curious to know, before we get any sort of diagnosis, what you felt, saw, and heard before coming to pit lane.
I had a little bit of a hesitation on the exit of 3, and honestly just looked down, looked in the mirrors and saw the smoke immediately. I mean, I've had engines that have had issues here in the past, and when it happens, it's normally very obvious, where what happened then wasn't, but the amount of smoke that we were getting and just a few flickering flames as we kind of coasted in, not how we wanted to end the day, but I still think overall it's been a pretty productive test, and we're going to miss out on a little bit of race running, but luckily we get plenty of days of practice up to the 500.
Always looking at the positive there. I do see the team still looking at the car. Can you give us any sort of diagnosis? Are they still really trying to figure it out?
It's probably too early to figure out exactly what it was, but to be honest with you, you know me, we spend a lot of time together now. I think this is so cool that we get to do this period. So yeah, that's a super unfortunate thing. But on the whole, I've had 2 days of driving around at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and that's really cool. And it maybe puts us on the back foot just a tiny bit from what we could have done this afternoon. So a couple of test items that we'll roll into the early part of testing in a couple of weeks here. But I don't know, it's just one of them things, just racing.
And always grateful, Jack Harvey. Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, G.
He's done a really fine job transitioning to television and being part of the Fox broadcast, and I think what he would consider his rightful place, and that's in the cockpit of a car, but able to do both very well.
He's done a really fine job here the last couple days, and last year in the 500, and look forward to seeing Jack when we open practice for the Indianapolis 500 in the race car on May the 12th. And of course, we'll see him as part of the Fox coverage of the Sancio Grand Prix next week. When last we left our hero, he was just coming out of the racetrack for the first time this afternoon. Ryan Hunter-Reay now completing 4 laps. Me curious if this is a 4-lap qualifying sim or if it's just a test run here, trying some other items in the plan. Nolan Siegel back onto the race course as well. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars leaving the end of pit lane now, about to come up on the backstretch.
There we see Connor Daly.
Teammate.
Yep, conversing with Jack Harvey about what had happened. Hopefully see Connor back in that car before the end of this afternoon.
So Hunter-Reay, 2:16 flat. That last lap by was his best so far, and that does indeed look to my semi-trained eyes as a 4-lap simulated qualifying run.
How do you do? Not too terribly bad, not too terribly good. Wasn't one of the quicker.
No, not that we've seen today, but again,
Yeah.
you know, you can't pull it doesn't pull the no-toe speeds out in those 4-lap averages that we get to see. So a lot of those numbers at this point of the day are going to be skewed by the cars that are running those laps in the toe.
Yeah, a little inflated. We do know Ferrucci still has the quick no-toe for this session at a 2:19.3, but to Alan's point, as traffic picks up in this final hour and 20 minutes, it'll be extremely difficult to try to find a place on this 2.5-mile oval where you can get a lot of free racetrack to get a no-toe lap in.
Yeah, let's see what we got here. Nice little group forming up, and some more cars joining in off the pit lane off of turn number 2 when they get there. Nolan Siegel's at the head of the line. You're going to have David Malukas, Pato Award, Christian Lundgaard. It looks like Dennis Hauger trying to find a spot in line. Joseph Newgarden. Scott McLaughlin, Kiffin Simpson, Rinus VeeKay. And more.
I believe Kyle Kirkwood will lead this whole pack.
Got Will Power in there also.
Yeah, there's Kirkwood and Jacob Abel. Then begins Malukas, Power, and the rest of the aforementioned cars. Watching Newgarden and McLaughlin working together. Alexander Rossi joining this gaggle of cars headed into turn number 3.
Breaking news. Katherine Leg has finished her veteran refresher program. She has just put the final required number. Look at this going into turn 1. Too good.
Lundgaard said he was hoping he'd be able to run in a pack later on in this session, and he sure enough is right smack dab in the middle of it.
So head of the line is David Malukas. Second is Romain Grosjean. Then you've got Will Power, then Joseph Newgarden as Grosjean goes to the front of the line. McLaughlin, Lundgaard, Award, VeeKay, Rossi, Simpson. And then tail end of the line will be Dennis Hauger and Katherine Leg, pictured there, who's just finished all of the requirements of the veteran refresher program, and Katherine is good to go to participate in all of the practices and qualification sessions for the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Good to see. That's Santino Ferrucci off the pit lane, jumping into the middle of that line as Joseph Newgarden goes to the front of it.
McLaughlin popping to the inside of Ferrucci. There's Christian Lundgaard, takes a peek to the inside of Kiffin Simpson.
Dozen cars in that pack, that draft. And then you've also got Mick Schumacher half a lap apart from them, headed into turn 1. And ahead of the big group on the racetrack is Louis Foster, as Foster comes off turn 4.
Nearly an all-formal affair in our top 10. We've got a whole lot of bow ties and one Honda in there. The sole Honda being Kiffin Simpson at this point. He's running P9, but the rest of the top 10 all Chevrolets.
We haven't seen the Ganassi cars out there as part of one of these big packs, knocking off fast laps in the draft. I mean, Scott Dixon's run 4 laps in the afternoon session. Kiffin Simpson has probably been out there more than any other of the Ganassi cars. He's run 19 laps. And I don't recall seeing Alex Palou in the afternoon session yet.
You are correct. Dixon only running those 4, as you said. Kirkwood running 5. We talked about Ed Carpenter and Ryan Hunter-Reay. Another one of those drivers not running many laps in this final session. Rinus VeeKay.
Here's a new fast lap for Dennis Hauger. The rookie driver pops up to 17th. Pops up to 7th on his 17th lap of the afternoon. In the draft, toward the back of that group, 222 and change. Rinus VeeKay's best lap of the afternoon just recorded at a 221.63 in the pack. Santino Ferrucci, best lap of the afternoon, 221.0. A lap ago. That's 15th overall for the afternoon for Santino.
Fans out in turn 2 certainly getting a show. Will Power putting on the subliminal turn signal and ducking onto pit lane. Joseph Newgarden right in front of him. But a nice pack of cars making their way down the 5/8 mile front straightaway. Romain Grosjean takes a look to the inside of his teammate and will get around.
I think that was actually Foster. He just went by. Yeah,
you're right. That was Foster.
I told you we got 6 green and black cars in the field this year.
The nice thing about Hauger's got a little white accent to it, and I thought I caught it at the tail end, but no, indeed, it was Louis Foster.
I was lamenting yesterday and again this morning to someone back in the garages about how green used to be a color that you wouldn't have on a race car. And now we got 6 of them that all look kind of close. So it's going to be careful before you speak here for those of us holding microphones at the Speedway.
It was interesting. That was the taboo color for so long. You did not, anything green, you did not have it in the garage, anywhere on your person. And now the popular color we're seeing, at least a non-traditional color, is that of the green.
So Foster with Grosjean looking briefly to his outside. Santino Ferrucci 3rd in line. Award 4th. 5th in this line is Malukas. Then VeeKay, Colette. Behind Colette is Award. And here goes Romain Grosjean and Santino Ferrucci around Louis Foster at the head of the draft. So new best laps of the day. Santino Ferrucci just turned his best lap of the afternoon a couple of circuits ago. It's a 221 flat. I think I said that already. Katherine Leg put up her best lap of the afternoon a couple of laps ago at a 218.9. That's for 19th. And we've still only seen 27 of the 33 cars out since the resumption after the refresher session earlier.
Well, Ferrucci brings this group of cars. He'll exit turn number 2. As Grosjean right behind him. Ferrucci, or I should say Pato, takes a look to the inside. Looks like Rossi headed back to pit lane.
Connor Daly just out onto the race course. That is the first we'll have seen Connor this afternoon. So that'll give us 28 of 33 that will have participated since the midday break. Takuma Sato blending off the pit lane there. That's Sato slotting in third in line, maybe a little further back before he gets fully up to speed.
Foster tried to catch him, won't be able to do so. So Sato will be fourth in that line, trying to catch Romain Grosjean. We're back and forth between Pato O'Ward and Santino Ferrucci. Pato that time by 2:22. And Santino Ferrucci at 2:18.
Just looking at drivers we haven't seen in this afternoon session, Alex Palou would be one of them. Kyle Kirkwood, haven't seen him yet this afternoon. Felix Rosenquist, Marcus Armstrong, and Stingray Robb. Since the lunch break, and awaiting the next scheduled moment of pause on the race course, as a lot of the drivers and teams know it's coming and begin to slow up and make that signal to head for the pit lane. Or were they just trying to stay in the draft? All right, here we go. It's the yellow flag. So this was the planned break that we've told you about a couple times at 3:50 p.m. And as quickly as reasonably possible, they're going to reset the pit lane speed limit markings from their practice and qualification points to what will be their points for the 500-mile race. And then once we resume for the final moments available up until 5 p.m. Eastern time, the drivers and teams will be pitting off of turn 4 for the most part and practicing where that pit road speed limit begins for 500 race conditions. It's about 285 feet farther into pit lane than it is for practice and qualifying. So that's what's coming up. A short break while officials do their work and teams do their work as well. And then we'll have the final hour-ish of the Indy 500 Open Test for 2026. So while we have this little break, while they reset things on pit road and get ready for our happy hour, I guess we'll call it, the series Doug and Drivers that we always enjoy with Speedway and IndyCar President Doug Bowles visiting with different drivers. Today, Doug and Drivers features 2022 Indianapolis 500 winner Marcus Ericsson.
Well, hello, Indianapolis Motor Speedway fans. Welcome to another episode of Doug and Drivers as we are on the cusp of May and the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gamebridge. I'm sitting next to our 2022 Indianapolis 500 champion, Marcus Ericsson, and excited to have him. Not only is he the champion that year, he has been unbelievably competitive in really the last 5 or 6 years and could very well easily be a 3-time Indianapolis 500 winner. And I know you love being an Indy 500 winner, but there's got to be a little bit of that frustration of just knowing you've been so close a couple other times.
Very much so, yeah. I mean, winning it once is just unbelievable, and you've won the biggest race in the world. It cannot get any better than that. But knowing how good it is to win it when you finish second twice after it is very frustrating. But it just makes me want to come back for more. I want to come back again this year. I'm so excited to be back and go fight for another win.
So adding willpower to the team, does that help I mean, having just another Indy 500 winner to sort of bounce things off of?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Will is one of the best ever, I would say, in IndyCar. You know, he's one of the fastest ever driven on IndyCar, and obviously won championships and 500s. So he's a huge addition to the Andretti Global team. I'm going to be picking his brain all year, and especially month of May. And I think he can really help us push even more, and then, you know, help us be stronger as a team.
So you, at Indianapolis, especially on the oval, you tend to qualify very well. You've been in the Fast 12 most of the time that you've actually been at the Speedway, and you finish really well. What is it about Indianapolis and that oval that just fits your driving style?
I don't know. It's a good question. I think it's something about, I have always felt like when the pressure is the highest, when the stakes are the highest, is when I really perform my best. And there's no place in the world like the Indianapolis 500. And, you know, it's only once per year. It's all the pressure there, the speeds, everything. And somehow it sort of brings the best out of me. And it really suits me and my, I think, personality, my driving style. And I work, you know, day and night. I work towards the Indy 500. It's what I think about every day when I go to the gym, when I do the hard workout sessions. My biggest motivation is to come back to the 500 and win another 500.
Well, you were a great champion. We had so much fun in that year, and it would be fun to do that again with you. And last year, you had a car again at the end of the race that was right there competing. You were in that traffic situation, and Alex gets around you, and I'm sure at that point you're like, okay, we got to figure out how to get back around him. That, in your mind, did you think you still were going to have that opportunity to pass him, or at what point in time do you realize that, man, I need some help here?
Yeah, it was strange, obviously, and that's the way that race runs. You know, you can never expect what's going to happen. There's always curveballs before the finish line. And yeah, I thought I had control of the race, and then I got a bit in dirty air there, and Alex got a run on me, got by, and then I was just sort of thinking, okay, I'm going to get him back here before the end. But then he was playing it really well with the traffic, so I couldn't really get close to him. So it was one of those things where I was like, when it first happened, he overtook me. I was like, oh, it's okay. You know, it's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world. And then I'm like, man, I cannot get close enough. I cannot get a run on him. And then, you know, the laps were counting down, and then off we were. So it was tough. It was tough being so close, and tough, you know, feeling like you had it and then, you know, you lost it. So, yeah, heartbreaking. But again, it makes you appreciate it even more in some ways.
I think that's the thing that I love about you is your ability just to reset and say, okay, this is how it is, but it doesn't mean that I'm not going to have that opportunity to do it again next year. Your focus is singularly, I'm going to figure out how to win this. And how do you keep that mentality?
I think, you know, winning it once really gave me, like you said, I had so much fun, and it was such a incredible honor to be an Indy 500 champion. I mean, I am that forever in some sense, but also to be the ambassador for the Indy 500 for a year was just incredible. I loved it, and everything I got to experience that year. So I think that's what really drives me back. But also, of course, to add my name to the list of multiple 500 winners and all that is also something that drives you. And it is, again, like, it's the biggest race in the world. There's nothing like the Indy 500. So there's nothing you want to do more as a racing driver than win that race.
So I know the season didn't play out the way you wanted to. It was a challenging, frustrating season for you last year. As you think about resetting, is that one of those things where you're able to sit back and go, okay, that's all my bad luck. We got it all out of the way in 2025, and in 2026 we're going to be in good shape. What's your thought process now that when folks see this, we're going to be 6 races into the season by now, but what's your thought process going into 2026?
I always find when you have tough times, you know, even if you're a racing driver or whatever, you know, you can learn a lot from it. You know, I had a tough season. Things didn't go my way. I don't like blaming it on bad luck. I had a lot of things not going my way, but I need to look at what can I control. So I look myself in the mirror. What can I do better? And I've really been focusing on that, analyzing that, learning from it, and working on it in the off season. And you know, hopefully that will show this year, show that I'm back at that level where I know I can be, where I've shown I've been in the past, you know, running up front, winning races, fighting for podiums on every given weekend. So that's my goal, and you know, I've worked very hard to be back at that level.
So last question for you. When you drive underneath the tunnel at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and it's a day the public's there, do you realize, or does it sit in your mind as you walk down to get in the car for practice or whatever, that I'm an Indianapolis 500 winner, and you've got people wanting your autograph and cheering on you? Is there something that you feel, are you able to just put that away and just focus on driving?
No, I think I always feel it somehow that, you know, when you won that race, that it's always, Even before that, I was always, it was so cool just getting to the speedway, just walking through the gates there, and it's something magical about it. But of course, after you've won it, it just takes it to another level. And sometimes I try and just remind myself as well. And when I'm sitting there in the car, and it's tough, the car doesn't do what you want, or whatever, you've done a practice run. It's good to remind yourself, hey, okay, hold on, I won this race. I know what I need to do here. So it's a good thing to have in the back of your head.
Well, one of the things I love about him, we did get the chance to know each other pretty well the year he won the Indianapolis 500, and you can see it in his emotion right there, his responses. It's authentic. He loves the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Indianapolis 500, and I know nothing would mean more to him than to see Marcus Ericsson's face one more time on that Borg-Warner trophy, and I'm certain he will be one of those drivers at the end of this year's Indianapolis 500 that has a chance to do exactly that. Until next time, it's Doug and Drivers.
All right, enjoy it, and wish Marcus Ericsson nothing but the best of luck in his attempt to become a two-time Indianapolis 500-mile race winner. So we're under the yellow flag for the moment while officials are doing some work to reset the pit lane speed limit start location to what it will be during the 500 on the 24th of May. While this is going on, Georgia's been roaming around the garage area. A minute ago, she visited with Scott Dixon.
Scott Dixon, we have just an hour left of practice for this two-day open test. What are your biggest takeaways from it so far?
I don't know how these engineers always seem to come up with all these long lists. I've been here for 20 plus years and I think 15 with the same car, but no, it's been an effort. We're trying to get through kind of the last of our, geometries and setups and those kinds of things. We haven't run a whole lot today. We've just tried to get through that stuff. So yeah, hopefully we find the happy spot and we can run this last hour with no problems.
Yeah, in this last hour, they're allowing you to pit off of turn 4. Can you just explain the significance of being able to practice this ahead of later in the month?
Yeah, I think it's, it's really all about the crew safety, especially if you're kind of at that end of pit lane. It can be pretty shocking with the cars coming in at full speed, but I think from the driver's standpoint, we would prefer just to do it that way all the time. So it's good that they're actually giving us the option. They've kind of talked through it over the last couple of years to see if that's possible. Typically, we only get to do a carb day, so a nice little addition there. Hopefully it goes smooth and no issues there as well. But yeah, I think the closing rate speed, getting down to the speed limit, making sure that the brakes work as they should and all that kind of stuff, I think it's good for this open test.
Thanks, Scott.
Cool, thank you.
Always great to hear from our 2008 winner. And, of course, Scott, a 6-time IndyCar champion. There's his car sitting out ready to go as soon as the green flag waves. No doubt we'll see Scott. In fact, I think I just caught a glimpse of him putting on the safety equipment, getting ready to climb aboard that machine for the resumption of our practice. There he is. So we're going to run until 5 o'clock Eastern time. They're finishing up the work they need to do, and we'll be able to go back at it here shortly for what will be frantic but fun for us.
It's always fun for us.
Yeah.
Interesting, Scott mentioning I've been in this car forever and they're still making me check off boxes and I've been in the same car. That's to your point. They're never satisfied with always trying to find something new to make these cars go faster.
Hey, what if we never know until you try it? And so that's going on. And so we look forward to the finish of our day 2 of the Indy 500 Open Test. And boy, do we look forward to the Indianapolis 500. And can't wait to see that race on May 24th. If you're not here with us at the Speedway, even if you are, you can record it, and check it out on Fox. Pre-race coverage, 10 a.m. Eastern time for the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500.
For those of you in Indiana, the race would be blacked out if it was not sold out. But once again, Doug Bowles just in here saying if you want to come to this race, you may want to get your tickets soon because it's near a sellout.
Yep. We're just giving to the teams on the pit road less than 3 minutes now, less than 3 minutes before the green flag and the resumption of action. And before it gets noisy again, just for everybody here on the grounds, a big thank you to the fans that came out today, sitting down at the south end of the race course, the people on the viewing mounds in the infield. Thanks for taking time to come on out and join us at the Speedway for our, I'll call it the prelude to the month of May. But I know that the popular social media tag is it May yet? As far as I'm concerned, yes.
Yes.
This is the beginning of race week. There is everybody. Thank you again. Thank you for joining us. Race fans of all ages. Great to see. And everybody watching, wherever you're watching on the IndyCar YouTube channel around the world, thanks for checking it out, and thanks for being part of the beginning of the build-up to the Indianapolis 500-mile race and the greatest spectacle in racing. So teams now getting drivers buckled aboard, doing the things they need to do to send them out for this final, what'll be about 55 minutes of practice. How many cars get in a train? Who pulls the publicity-grabbing lap of the day off?
Wouldn't be surprised if we see all 32 remaining out there doing some running in this less than 1 hour remaining in this final session. Of course, Jack Harvey with his issues. Doubt we'll see him, but
yeah,
we'll see the other 32. I'm at least hoping at this point it'll be an exciting final 50-plus minutes or so.
Joseph Newgarden buckled in. Jacob Abel buckled in, fired up. Teams waiting the signal, and eyes on the flag stand.
Yeah, interesting. We don't see the 10 car lined up there.
And the green flag, the course is open. Here they come.
Kiffin Simpson leads them through the warm-up lane and out to turn number 2. David Malukas, Joseph Newgarden, Scott McLaughlin. First 4 to make their way to turn 2.
So that is an initial 6-car burst. There's another 4 heading off the pit lane behind them. And then a couple of more that are fired up and have begun to roll down the pit lane toward the race course.
Power getting around his teammate Marcus Ericsson.
So a Ganassi, a Penske, another Penske, an Andretti, and an Andretti make up that group.
Power and Ericsson have a little ground to make up before they can catch that rear wing of Scott McLaughlin. Distance from Newgarden to McLaughlin about the same as McLaughlin back to Will Power and Marcus Ericsson. Malukas coming back down pit lane.
See him lock up there just a little bit. See it. This is why the drivers wanted the chance to practice that pit lane speed limit where it's set for the race. Just that momentary lock up there for Malukas as he hit that entrance to pit road and tried to get it wound down to the number he needed to meet before the marker. Another 5 cars coming from pit lane, 6 cars to join the party.
It's a good opportunity for pit entrance practice for these teams. To Alan's point, completely different from what we have been utilizing in these 2 days of this Indy 500 open test. Simpson. McLaughlin getting around Newgarden. Newgarden still quick, 225.6.
There's a new number up the top toward the pylon. Connor Daly jumps to P2 on the scoring pylon. Just his 7th lap of the afternoon. Had a 225.215 for Connor Daly as he works in the midst of all of the drafting. He's toward the tail end of the line now. That's a lot of times where the fast lap's going to come from, is the car tagging back from the end of the group and getting the big run toward the group.
Rossi moving to the inside of Newgarden. Newgarden will let him go.
Even though you know it's stuff that's in the draft, it's still fun to see the numbers on that pylon shuffle around, isn't it?
Especially when you have drivers right in that mid-pack, just timing it right, getting a good run out of the corner.
Yeah, so who toward the back end of this group is going to get the big launch this time? It's Christian Rasmussen in the middle of the group, who just put up his best lap of the afternoon. 13th overall, 2:21.33 for Rasmussen. Louis Foster with his best lap of the afternoon, 2:20.8. What else we got in there? Jacob Abel with his best lap of the afternoon at a 2:18.1, yes.
A couple of those ECR cars. Kiffin Simpson there.
I think every time I've looked up this afternoon, Kiffin Simpson's been on the racetrack in one of these packs, right?
He has turned a lot of laps.
Not the most laps.
No, but he's turned a lot.
But a lot. There he is.
Working with his teammate Scott Dixon in the early portion of this day, latter portion of yesterday.
Third-year driver from Grand Cayman. As Kyle Kirkwood around Scott Dixon. I believe these are Kyle's. He hasn't run that many laps this afternoon. That's just his 11th lap of the afternoon. Kirkwood on the race course.
Yeah, I think Dixon headed back to pit lane. Now trying to team up with his teammate Kiffin Simpson again. Drop back off of that lead of this group and now tuck in behind his teammate. Trying to close that gap back up. Saw a lot of that yesterday, those two running together in this big pack of cars.
Yeah. And look at the big line of cars we got going now. That's 20 cars on the race course. Elio Castroneves is in front of this group, while Alexander Rossi leads the train.
Connor Daly in there. Ferrucci and Marcus Armstrong pulling off to head back to pit lane. Saw Christian Rasmussen in there as well.
Castroneves went out for just a couple of install laps. It looks like he's already back into the attention of his crew. Only one that we've not seen on the racetrack yet this afternoon is Alex Palou.
Yeah, when they all went out, his car was not on pit lane. Hopefully we'll see our defending race winner out there.
It's being pulled out as we speak.
There we go.
Towed out and there's one more too. We're missing one.
Stingray Rob still?
No, Stingray's out there. Or his car came out. Has he made it onto the track yet? I don't think so. His car's been towed to his pit stall, but I haven't seen him on the racetrack yet. So there are those two, and we expect to see them shortly. Dixon and Kirkwood at the head of the line. Jacob Abel in the draft jumps all the way up to P13. How about that?
Pretty sporty.
Louisville, Kentucky, technically Indy 500 rookie. And Jacob Abel at a 2:21.471 P13.
Patrick Rasmussen and Kiffin Simpson. And now Kyle Kirkwood looking to the outside of Dixon. Rossi right there. Rossi will go around as we watch Alex Palou prepare to hop back in that DHL Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing.
Stingray Robb is on the race course, so that leaves Palou, the 33rd and final driver, to go out in this fourth part of testing. Scott Dixon dropped back and now back around. Sept, was that Rossi?
Rossi's
there,
right in front of Rasmussen.
Yeah, that was it. 2 team cars.
Yep.
New fast lap for Santino Ferrucci in the afternoon. 2:21.88. Ferrucci up to 11th in the Foyt 14. Rossi dropping back. Rasmussen and Dixon around in line. Rossi wants to drop farther back in line.
Rossi said yesterday, don't really know what it'll be like yet as far as passing, and I think he's starting to study that point right now as he, to your point, Alan, dropped back, working his way back through the field as Christian gets around his teammate around Scott Dixon. Rasmussen out of 4. Dixon 2 car lengths behind. Those two will lead the 8 behind them. As of now, Ferrucci has turned the most laps at 44. New Garden right there, 42. Then Louis Foster, 41. Grosjean and Pato O'Ward, all those drivers 40+ laps turned.
Fewest laps turned in the afternoon. Well, that is Alex Palou with 0. But then you've got Elio Castroneves has only run 3 laps as Scott Dixon goes for that pit stop entry practice that he spoke with Georgia about just a few minutes ago. Seems like just a few minutes ago. I know. And look at Scott McLaughlin. 4th in line.
That Armstrong coming out. Tucked behind Ericsson.
Yep. Sure enough. Mick Schumacher headed toward the racetrack. Let's talk about Scott. 2:23 flat, his best lap in the tow. Has him 5th on the big pylon. Scott, I was thinking this yesterday, and it was reiterated when we showed a highlight package this morning. How many times between now and the green flag of the 500 May 24th is he going to have to see that highlight of last year and the crash before the start of the race? And there'll be nobody happier than Scott to see the green flag in this year's race and put that behind him.
I believe that Georgia spoke to him yesterday about it. He wanted to dismiss it already. Yeah.
Well, you have to, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter the sport. If you were Peyton Manning, part of what made you what you were is your ability to move quickly past the last play to the next play. Tiger Woods moved past the last shot to the next shot. The greatest athletes have to move forward quickly. And no time to dwell on the past or what happened. Learn from it, sure, but quickly move forward to the next play. And as if to illustrate my point, here comes.
Trying to get a little heat in those tires. There was nobody.
Yeah.
It felt worse at that moment than that man right there. Not only for his mistake, but all the effort that team put into that qualifying attempt and how good of a car that he had, and it was all over before it even started.
And would be great to see Scott have a great run in qualifications and a great run in the 500 to put a period on that story from a year ago. So McLaughlin out there now running 5th overall as far as fast laps are concerned, and coming to that pit entry practice line there. See the red cone on the wall. There's another one on the inside of the track. That's where the pit lane speed limit begins during the Indianapolis 500. And very important to carry all the speed you can to that line, but not a 1/10 of a mile an hour faster than you're allowed past that line.
It truly is amazing to see the difference in them coming and pitting at the prior pit lane speed that we had earlier today and for the other 3 sessions, how much faster they come in and have to hit that mark, to your point.
At a football field a second, you know, as the cars are going by you at 200+ miles an hour, every fraction of a second you lose on your in lap and your out lap, it's a problem. And particularly under a caution flag stop, if you have a hiccup on the pit stop, that's just brutal. But yeah, really crucial to get all you can up until that mark. But the pit road speed thing is, it's a computer thing. It's automatic. It pops up on a screen, and that's it. You're busted.
It's no one's judgment. That's right. That is a computer telling you what you did wrong or right.
So watching Will Power and Ryan Hunter-Reay here in the line of traffic. And by the way, Alex Palou is out on the racetrack, and on his second lap out in the middle of this pack, he put the second best lap of the afternoon up at 2:25.272. Hey, forget about me. I'm here.
In case you were wondering where I am, here I am. I'm in P2 now.
I have announced my presence on the race course this afternoon.
Following Will Power. And he will work his way around Will into 3. Oh. It has been something to watch his progression, and last year alone, that championship winning season, and how spot on he was for the entire 2025 campaign, and starting off this year with the, of course, that incident he had in Phoenix with Renus VK, or he may have had an even bigger jump on the rest of the field had he not had that DNF in Phoenix.
Yeah. Closing here on Ryan Hunter-Reay in the pack, as Rossi and Rasmussen swap the lead back and forth at the head of the pack. Remember, that's something we've seen in the 500 between team cars that are at the front of the field, trying to share the load as far as the fuel management is concerned. And here comes Palou to practice the pit road speed entry right there. Elio Castroneves back onto the racetrack. He's joining off turn number 2. Kyle Kirkwood headed to the racetrack on the warm-up lane off turn number 2, and he'll jump right in with this pack. You see right there.
Ryan Hunter-Reay will get by, and he will tuck in behind him. Will Power will be right behind Kirkwood. Dennis Hauger there.
ECR teammates that have been at the head of the line headed to pit road together. After giving their engineers a good look, Joseph Newgarden's car and team headed back toward Gasoline Alley with 38 minutes to go in our session. Either the change they want to make is one that requires the car to be put on the setup pad, or they're happy and they're done. Be a lot to get the car back there, put it on the setup pad, and get it back out. So I would tend to think they're done.
Yeah, I would venture the guess to be they're happy and done.
That was Hunter-Reay to pit road. There's that red marker with the Shell logo on top of it, and you see right on it, it says pit speed zone start.
Yeah.
And there's another one, drivers left. And a matching set of markers where the pit speed zone ends at the turn 1 end, pit exit.
Dixon blending in. He'll tuck in behind Hauger. So it's Kirkwood and Power there, the first two. And Dennis Hauger third in that line. A couple of Andretti Globals and a Dale Coyne machine. Then Dixon will then again pick up his teammate, Kiffin Simpson, as Power goes to the front.
New fast lap for Caio Collet, working in the big pack of traffic. The rookie driver jumps up to P6 with a 2:23.19.
P1 earlier today. Good day for Caio Collet.
Yeah, I have to think just from pure gaining experience and confidence that it's been a good couple of days for Collet and the A.J. Foyt Racing team.
And they're both in Foyt cars.
Yeah. Yep. Jacob Abel at the head of this line now in that white number 51 machine. There's Jacob. P16 of fast laps. Jacob has Kyle Kirkwood right behind him. Then you've got Louis Foster. That's Will Power. Dennis Hauger and Scott Dixon in the line there. Spotlight on Jacob Abel for just a minute, the 25-year-old from Louisville. Talked with us yesterday about having Charlie Kimball on his timing stand and on his radios. Veteran Indianapolis 500 driver who's spent a lot of time mentoring young drivers and some time behind the microphone as well.
Yeah. He's actually helping, well, not working on the car today. I said, Charlie, you're not working on the car, are you? And he said, no, that would not be a good thing.
Yeah.
Kyle Kirkwood has peeled off. Now Will Power. We'll see Jacob Abel head to pit lane. And then have Dennis Hauger and Louis Foster.
And it's not mandatory that you pit off of turn number 4. But at the same time, your spotter better be in communication with the others that you're on the inside if somebody else is coming in to do a hot exit off turn 4 here to the entrance of pit road. Something to keep an eye on. And Scott McLaughlin there out of his machine.
Fist bumps. That's the end of the day for him. Connor Daly. He'll make his way back in. Tucked behind Kyle Collet. 33 minutes. Exactly what we wanted to see. A lot of on-track activity, big packs running here in this final session of the Indy 500 Open Test.
Interesting. I think one of the things that some of the younger drivers have to learn, and you're seeing Dennis Hauger learn it now, is how your car changes when you go from following someone in the dirty air to leading the pack to back again following someone else. Different airflow over the car, what it means, what you can and should adjust inside the car to compensate for some of that.
As that fuel load burns off, that's another something to learn. And Hauger will come back to pit lane. Practice pit entrance.
And that's another thing he'll learn, is that flying entrance off of turn 4 directly. Foster, Simpson. Who's next in line there? Daly, Collet, VK, Rosenquist, and Schumacher. Seeing Mick Schumacher in the line of cars for the first time. Spent most of these 2 days of testing working by himself. There he is at the tail end of the line of cars now. And closing in, getting used to the feel of what it's going to be like on race day for the 27-year-old making his Indianapolis 500 debut. It's funny, everybody came out. We saw a bunch of different fast laps pop up in the draft now that they put some miles on the tires and so on. It's calmed down a little bit. We aren't seeing the scoreboard jump quite as much as it did earlier.
Louis Foster now running the most laps of this session, just surpassed Alexander Rossi's 49 and Santino Ferrucci's 48. Kyle Collette's still out there. He has 48. Mick Schumacher with 46. Ooh.
Little dust kicked up there.
Eunice VK got down into the grassy knoll.
That would not be a good thing.
No.
That's Alex Palou down to the inside in the bright yellow machine, looking to find a place to blend into this line as they head for turn one. Look out, everybody. It's just a test.
Spotters need to remind these guys, hey guys, we're just testing here. Now there's the laps run in this afternoon session. If you notice, the guy running P2 has only turned 6 laps. Alex Palou now turning his 7th, but everybody else in the 30-plus zone. Stingray Robb just now getting his 6th lap of the session.
I think that's the driver that's going to come away from the test overall with the most to lament, because his team had the engine problem yesterday that kept him off track for the entire morning session. Didn't get that many laps in the afternoon, and then they've had very few laps turned today in both of the sessions as well. So Stingray and his group are going to, Jack Harvey used the phrase on the back foot starting the month of May. And I think that's a group that's going to feel a little on the back foot as Christian Rasmussen makes the double pass into turn one. Santino Ferrucci, new best lap for him at a 2:21.95. Santino 12th of 33. Now, is this where Palou gets the big draft? And we see that number 10 move from P2 to P1 on the board.
It would not surprise me. Tucked in behind Louis Foster.
And no, that's not going to be the one. I think Foster was being a little protective there. And so Alex would be backing up to get a little more space to get a run.
Dixon will find a place potentially behind VK. Kirkwood there.
Kyle Kirkwood, we don't I don't really know what to make of his test session so far.
He's sitting 31st, best lap at 2:19. He's running in the 2:11s right now.
Of course, earlier today, Georgia Henneberry talked to Kyle Kirkwood for us, and I think that, in fact, I liked the line so much I wrote it down. He talked about this test being a sanity check.
That was a good line,
right? Because you know, You don't know what everybody's trying. You don't know whether you're good. You don't know whether you're bad. You're just trying all these things that might work, they might not work. And sanity check. I liked it.
Ryan Hunter-Reay around Rinus VeeKay, then Kirkwood and Dixon.
P4, Takuma Sato in the draft. Jumps up with a 2:24.95 for the two-time winner. Sato to fourth.
That was a good lap.
Another best lap for Santino Ferrucci. 2:22 this time. 0.23. Though he's lost a spot in the rankings from 12th to 13th because of Sato leaping forward.
Ryan Hunter-Reay peels off the pit lane. Kirkwood Dixon, VeeKay. Let's see if Pelot does something this time through. Fourth in that line. There's Sato.
His lap was not his best lap, but the last lap that Alex Pelot ran of a 2:23.90 would be good enough to put him sixth. So his not best lap was good enough for him to be sixth. Go figure.
That's saying something. Here comes Kirkwood. Around Power, Dixon there, VeeKay.
And there's Sato. Just thinking back to a year ago when Takuma had such a fast car and then took such a beating and a terrible crash in the test, and the team went back and rebuilt that race car. Built him another rocket. He had just posted a year ago the fastest no-toe testing speed of over 232 miles an hour. Remember, we had the session with the qualifying boost in the cars and had a brutal crash. They built him a new car and he earned his best 500 start with it. Middle of the front row. And wound up again leading the most laps in the race, but sliding through his pit box on a stop that dropped him all the way back to 17th, and he could only get back to 9th.
Cost him a potential win for sure.
Yep. Always good for Takuma Sato to talk Indy 500 with you.
Armstrong trying to find a place to blend. Pelot will get around, so to Power, and he'll find his place in 9.
Romain Grosjean turned his best lap of the afternoon session 2 circuits ago, 2:21.6. That puts Romain 16th in the order.
And to say you can't read a lot into an open test, Power the slowest in this final session at a 2:19.1. Teammate Kyle Kirkwood sits 28th, and Marcus Ericsson, the other Andretti Global driver, sits 22nd.
Everybody trying to figure out the order there, getting into the corner. Power pulls up in line in front of, that's Graham Rahal, who's just off the pit lane. Pato O'Ward, you mentioned, just off the pit lane. Alexander Rossi's car behind the tug headed back toward Gasoline Alley. So with 23 minutes left to go, assuming they've done everything they're going to do for this open test. Yeah, what to make of Will Power's test, right? Where are they? What, you know, how good is it or is it not? We don't really know what they've been working on or where the tires are at, what they've been doing. But as far as just the overall speed rankings, Power is at the bottom of the list of the 33 cars that have been out in the afternoon session. Not anymore, but he moved up 2 spots with that last lap. 2:20 flat for Will Power.
Georgia talk with Felix Rosenquist, happy with the car, and he'll now sit 33rd. What to make?
Yeah.
He can make, not that this track is very busy for this final 22 minutes or so. Watching Will Power, Takuma Sato. Helio Castroneves headed back to pit lane to the attention of his crew.
So 20 cars on the pit lane, 13 on the speedway. As we hit under 22 minutes to go in the Indy 500 Open Test. Who are we looking at now? How about Pato O'Ward in this group? He is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12th in line. 5th on the scoring pylon. And 1st in the hearts of many race fans.
Behind Kyle Collette, who's currently 7th. Pato pops to the outside, follows Ericsson's draft into one. All in all, I think a very good open test for Pato O'Ward. 5th in this final session.
Sure seemed that way day one.
Yeah.
And when he talked with Georgia when he climbed from the car, very happy with it. Be curious to see what the thoughts are at the end of day 2. But in this afternoon session, Pato's run 47 laps, and again sits with the fast lap of them 5th on the board. And in the no-toe speeds, 7th overall.
I know we can't make much of Jack Harvey's run with the issues with that car, but he'll still sit 16th.
Yeah.
His teammate Connor Daly sits 3rd. What could have been for that, but I think Brian Reinbold leaving this open test should be very happy with what they were able to accomplish. Renus VK and their affiliation with the Juncos Hollinger team, he sits 10th. As Pato pops to the outside of Dixon.
20 minutes to go.
I believe that Stingray Rob headed back out on
it
the
is,
course.
yes. Confirm.
One rookie in the top 10 as we stand now. That's Kyle Collette running 7th. Hauger running 12th. Jacob Abel is 19th. And Schumacher, final of those, running 31st.
Felix Rosenquist there in focus as Takuma Sato goes by to the head of the line of this group. Just looking back and trying to see what piques my curiosity here, Michael, about the way things have run. I don't know that we learned anything about the balance of power manufacturer-wise for the 500 this year.
Bounced back and forth. I think we had an even split earlier. Then Chevrolet was dominant. Have a nice mix now again.
By the way, what to make of Will Power? Just jumped all the way to the other side of the scoreboard, up to 13th, with a 2:22.15 in the draft. So Will Power on the correct side of the scoreboard, if you will. New fast lap of this afternoon for Scott Dixon at 2:21.92.
Saw Louis Foster taking his fire suit off. Looks like he will be done for this open test.
Louis ran 64 laps this afternoon, second most to this point of the practice. His teammate Mick Schumacher with third most laps behind they are both behind Santino Ferrucci as Will Power goes to the head of this line. Talking about Santino Ferrucci, remembering this is not their Indy 500 car. Leaving you, of course, to have to be firm in your beliefs that, yes, we know that that piece is a great one and we're going to race out of the 500. But, man, this car ran pretty good. What do we?
Certainly does.
You know?
Or it did, yes.
And
good-looking schemes. Been running that all year. Homes for our troops. The golden roll hoop and
Santino running 67 laps this afternoon. 222 flat for 14th overall for Ferrucci, looking to keep the good times rolling with his consecutive streak of top 10 finishes to competing in the Indy 500 in his career. Every one of them a finish in the top 10. We know that, though, that's not satisfying to him. What he'd really like is to drive that car onto the victory podium lift on May 24th.
It's been a slower start to the season for him, so if he can get a nice lift from a good month of May, that would be not only good for him, but that entire A.J. Foyt Racing team.
A lot of adjustments, engineering, that kind of thing, personnel changes. Always some things to adapt to when you shuffle some key people around.
Yep.
There's Stingray Robb on the racetrack now. And Stingray just doing his 17th lap of the afternoon. 2:21.42, his best, which he did on just his last lap. So again, for Stingray, limited track time in this two-day Indy 500 Open test. Elio Castroneves happens to be pitted right in front of the pagoda in front of our broadcast booth. That car's been sitting there for a long time. While it looks like they get ready to button it up and
send about maybe one more time.
Get Elio out maybe one more time here this afternoon. But Elio has only run 12 laps this afternoon, which is the second fewest, only to Jack Harvey, who had the mechanical problem that's kept him from running much at all. A dozen cars all in a big line down the main straightaway.
Watching Ray Hall, VK, there's Stingray Robb. Trying to be productive in what has been a very unproductive test for he and that team.
Yeah.
His teammate directly in front of him.
Blow is on the race course once again as part of the big pack coming down the main straightaway. Will Power, Takuma Sato for a little while now, kind of swapping back and forth at the head of the line.
Ferrucci right there, Pelot right there.
Pato Award behind Pelot. Then Connor Daly, Jacob Abel in the mix. Got Marcus Ericsson. As you look at the list of the 9 former Indy 500 champions, it'll be in the field of 33 for the 110th running of the race in a few weeks. Best line goes to Ryan Hunter-Reay, who talked to me a couple of years ago about joining the next club, which in his case is a 2-time winner of the 500. We were talking yesterday about Elio Castroneves having the chance to join a really exclusive club of 1 should May 24th go his way. And there's a look at the Castroneves machine as it sits in its pit stall. The umbilical still plugged into the car.
About 12 minutes remaining, so they'll only get a handful of laps in when they decide to send him, if they do send him. Pelot getting around Sato down the front straightaway. Pato right there running behind Sato. Then Ferrucci about 8-10 car lengths behind that. Sato
That's Sato headed to pit road.
Yeah, signaling he's headed to pit road.
But remember now, that's going to happen off turn 4 for the most part. And that practice entry at the pit road speed limit where it will be for race day. See if Takuma heads left here. Sure he does. And 285 feet inside that attenuator is where that pit road speed limit begin sign is. To be precise.
That is precise. Looks like Elio may be ready to go. And he is away.
11.5 minutes left in the session.
And Louis Foster on his scooter headed back to the garage area. Eyes on Ed Carpenter right in front of Scott Dixon.
It's below around Award. 2 of the top 4 drivers on the pylon. Drivers of cars 10 and 5. In this case, the formula being 10 plus 5 equals really hard to beat at Indianapolis.
It's true. Interesting in this final session of the open test. He'll get nearly there, won't quite get there, but Santino Ferrucci has run 75 laps, 25 shy of halfway of the 500-mile race.
Right, when we got into this discussion yesterday, Michael, if you had to make a list of 5 drivers, put a list of 5 drivers together to be your favorites to contend for the win in this year's Indy 500, not pick a winner, that's,
right.
The Speedway picks the winner over 500 miles. But if you had to make a list of your 5 drivers, you'd certainly have Palou and Award as 2 of those 5, right?
Most definitely.
Then how do you fill out the other 3 spots? Right? Wow.
So you only get 3, right?
Yeah,
I can think of 5 off the top of my head, but you only get 3.
Well, no, you pick Palou and Award. That's 2. You get 3 spots
more.
left.
Yeah, I got 3.
Yeah.
So I get 3 more, and I can think of 5 more right off the top of my head.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now I'm with you. I got you. I'm a little slow to catch on.
No, that's all right. Sometimes I speak in circles. I'm a radio guy at heart, so.
Stingray Rob, new best lap. P13 in the draft, 2:22.36. A little good news there after a tough couple days.
Looks like Ferrucci may be coming in this time. But considering Pato Award's done 64 laps, Ferrucci 13 more, as indeed he'll come to pit lane.
Get her wood down. See that?
Yeah.
And that's part of the thing is, you got to be under control when you get to that timeline. It is unforgiving. Find where your pit box is. Get in, get out 7 seconds later. Don't get contact with another car. Don't hit anything. Get out of your pit box.
You haven't used those brakes in a while. You have to worry about that. Yeah.
And then that long run on the access road to merge onto the backstretch. Get all you can. Don't cross that center line. It's a lot. Here's Pato and Kirkwood headed to pit lane as Jacob Abel is overtaken by Rinus VeeKay. What do we make of Rinus VeeKay's test days so far?
No, all in all, I think Rinus is right where he needs to be. He seemed like he was extremely happy with the car, at least comfortable with where the car is.
We know this. Rinus will get out of it what it's got.
Yes.
That's his track record here at the Speedway, as Palou, another one.
Right.
Hauling hard on those brakes and having to get her under control.
What you think with Carpenter, with Dale Coyne? I mean, Rinus knows how to race the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and I think running currently in the 6th position overall in this final session, and he's been quick overall throughout the 2-day open test. I think this is a a box that has a nice check mark in it for the number 76.
Eduardo Castroneva is not long on the racetrack there. There's Pato. He's done. Expect he'll feel very good about his 2 days work here at Indianapolis.
I think for Jacob Abel, as we have our eye on him right now, between
that pure white car.
Yeah, that pure white car, the Abel Motorsport car, but running right behind Will Power. I think it's a good session for him. He's got Romain Grosjean right behind him, and you talked about the trials and tribulations of getting that car to the track, put together, and for them to find themselves through that rookie orientation and then to find the speed that they've found today, running comfortably in these packs. That's a successful open test for Jacob Abel as well.
Little positive Mo.
Yeah. And that's always good coming into the month of May, and they will have next weekend off. They will not run in the Sanzio Grand Prix, so they will have time to tinker on that machine a little more and prepare for the first day of practice.
That's Felix Rosenqvist just off pit lane trying to pick up the front of the pack as it heads down the backstretch to turn 3. New fast lap for Mick Schumacher as he gets a little work in the draft. Mick Schumacher to P12. And a 2:22.802 for Schumacher, top rookie time for the moment.
Well, we'll see if Felix can do anything here as Jacob Abel gets around him. Felix, the slowest of the 33 in this session, 2:19.7.
There are the 4 first-timers that'll be part of the field of 33. Kyle Collette, Dennis Hauger, Mick Schumacher, and Jacob Abel. All looking to compete in the Indianapolis 500 for the first time. 3 of those drivers running the full NTT IndyCar Series season. 1 taking a shot here at the 500 with his family team. I love a story like that.
Oh, yeah.
And I wish him nothing but success. Look at that. Wow, that was Hunter Ray and Hauger.
Got a little squirrely headed into one. Ryan wisely said, hey, you can have that spot.
First look at it, that didn't look great. Let's see what happens here. Who's going to give? Guy on the outside. It's just testing.
Got to remind yourself of that every now and again. And Ryan Hunter-Reay has been doing this long enough to remember that and allow Dennis Hauger to go as he returns the favor in the turn 1.
And by the way, good for Mick Schumacher to get a look at all that, because that's him, the 3rd car in line right there in that black number 47. Things you'll see in a race at Indianapolis.
I was wondering when Rosenqvist dropped back. He dropped from that lead of that pack to 4th in line. He's popped to P16, so got a lap of 2:22.
So backing up a couple of laps. This is Scott Dixon looking to pit, and Dennis Hauger's down on the inside looking to stay on the race course, which led to that moment with Ryan Hunter-Reay down in turn 1.
So Hauger had to make an evasive maneuver. Clearly didn't see that Dixon wanted to come to pit lane down that back straightaway, or didn't pick up on that fact.
Yeah, well, everybody got away with it, but that'll be one for a conversation, no doubt.
Certainly.
So 2.5 minutes to go. Hunter-Reay, Kirkwood. That's not Hunter-Reay, that's Rosenqvist. Kirkwood, Ed Carpenter, and Mick Schumacher, the 4 cars there in that group.
Rosenqvist, see if he can get another nice run before the session is over. Just 2 minutes remaining. He'll pull back in front of Mick Schumacher.
Yeah, down to just 4 cars on the track, although there are a couple of more that are on the move on pit lane. Ed Carpenter. What to make of Ed Carpenter and ECR's test?
I think overall Rossi and Rasmussen were both very good and had good sessions. I think Ed's just hopping back in the car, and I think he'll be fine. All in all, good session for ECR. Good open test, I believe, all in all. Rossi seemed happy, so a happy Rossi means a good session normally.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
See if Rosenquist can pop a quicker lap here. Yeah, 2:19.
Just the 4 cars on the race course and 1 minute left in our 2-day test session. And these drivers and teams using every last second of available track time. Carpenter checked up there a little bit, and Schumacher had to give up a little bit into the corner as well. Looks like Ed's going to come to the pit lane.
And these 3 cars will get one more circuit around.
That's it.
Fun while it lasted. Our final session of the open test. Checkered flag is out, and it is complete.
So last couple of corners for the last couple of cars, and they'll head to the pit lane. 2 of the 3 will, anyway. And one more run by the yard of bricks for Mick Schumacher. And that's it. We're done. The Indy 500 open test successfully concluded without any major incidents. Really, the only eye-opening one of significance on the race course was the problem Jack Harvey had right in front of a few other cars. Everybody avoided it okay, and Harvey's car got away without any significant incidents.
Some debris, a fox, a couple of birds, and a successful open test.
And we avoided the partridge in a pear tree.
There you go.
The drivers beginning to climb out and begin to think about what has just unfolded over 48 hours. Georgia is with one of them.
I sure am. I'm here with Alex Palou, second on the timing charts to end the day. On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy are you with the progress over these last 2 days?
9.9. Okay. Could be better, but really happy. Yeah, I mean, it's great to be back. Yeah, we've been having all these meetings and ideas about how to make the car faster or how to make even driving better. So it's good to be here at the track, try a couple stuff. And even if only a couple worked, it's good. So yeah, looking forward to being back here in a couple of weeks on that side. And yeah, it was a great day for CGR today.
9.9, I like it. That's confidence right there. Next up, the month of May.
Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, Alex. And a look at the fastest times posted in our session today. All of these coming in the draft, but interesting mix at the top of the board, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed there is. Joseph Newgarden did that early in this final session, 2:25.6. Alex Palou, who Georgia just spoke with. Connor Daly was quick yesterday, 3rd quick today, 2:25.2 in this final session. Pato Taku, then Rinus VK, an interesting run there for the Hukos Hollinger Racing entry. David Maluk has been quick both days. He comes home 7th. Kyle Collette, the rookie, will finish 8th. McLaughlin Rossi round out the top 10 in this final session of the Indy 500 Open Test.
And a look ahead as what to expect when the month of May begins here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We'll open it up with the Sancio Grand Prix. 2 days of action The normal 3-day race weekend packed into 2. That's May 8th and 9th. Indianapolis 500 practice begins on May 12th. Fast Friday is the 15th. May 16, 17, it's PPG Armed Forces qualifying weekend. Then we have Indy 500 race trim practice on Monday the 18th. Miller Lite Carb Day Friday the 22nd. Legends Day by Firestone on the 23rd. And the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race is on May 24th. Join us here at the racetrack. Make your plans quick if you haven't already. Tickets are just about down to their final few. And, of course, our friends at Fox Television have coverage of the Indianapolis 500 on May 24th, pre-race starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. So, a fun little warm-up as a way to get the month of May unofficially started here at Indianapolis. Indy cars on the greatest race course in the world. Gotta love it. And it was a fun 2 days and leaves us with a lot more questions than answers. But fun things to talk and think about as we get ready for the month of May. Thanks to all the fans who came out to the race course. Thanks to everybody who tuned in wherever you are on the IndyCar YouTube page around the world. And thanks to our production crew for a great couple of days. For Georgia Henneberry and Michael Young, Alan Bestwick. See you in the month of May at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.